neighboroonie, Figaro Magnifico. What's up, bud? Wagwan. Bambaklot. Finally got meds. Finally. I feel so well put together again. Where's my Discode? Where's my Discode? See, we're gonna build a nuclear reactor on the moon? Shut the fuck up. Oh, okay. No, this isn't that crazy. Too many special characters again. Security. Or chat. Oh. Moderation. It's unfiltered. That's annoying. I'm looking at it right now, though. Transportation Secretary. Okay. Oh, what? I guess you gotta resub, buddy. Yeah. Fair. Oh, was yours gifted? Last one from Casper. Gotcha. All right. Sean Duffy announced expedited plans this week to build a nuclear reactor on the moon. The first major action by the former Fox News host as the... God, the fact that there's this many Fox News hosts in the fucking administration is crazy. Crazy. NASA has discussed building a reactor on the lunar surface, but this would set a more definitive timeline. Yeah, that makes sense because as part of the Artemis program, they're supposed to be working to build a base. We just got another one, too. Another one what? Oh, another Fox host? Oh, no. Who is it? Oh, right, Janine Pirro. Technically, that's not in the cabinet. Well, neither is this, but... Oh, it's so embarrassing. It's about winning the second space race. President Donald Trump named Duffy as interim administrator in July. More quickly replace it. Good. That's good. We do need to replace the ISS. It's old. Administration focus on... No, this is a good thing. This is a good thing. Because as part of the Artemis program, we're intending to establish a base on the surface. And nuclear power is going to be the ideal source of energy for a base like that. When do you think Jesse Waters will get his turn? Oh, fuck. I hope never. I hope it's never. Is Tiny still on? Is Tiny done? Oh. He just got off. Make sure y'all head over to the chat. Tell people to come over. Yeah, Daniel. Daniel just did. He gets a laugh, a flowy, and a normgasm for that one. He just came. Why? For what? For the Jenk thing? Should I watch that? I feel like I should watch that. No? Yeah, you were not happy about it. Wait, Scarecrow. No more sub? You no sub to me no more? Alright. You take your time, brother. I'm not going to pressure you. 40 kilowatt reactor for use on the moon. Plans to have a reactor ready for launch by the early 2030s. I'm glad you had fun, my guy. I'm glad you had fun, honestly. Rando saying to come over and make me do the chicken dance. Is this person subscribed to me? Mohammed64? I don't even think so. Yeah, I know you did. And then someone else copied and pasted your chat, Mohammed64. I hope they come over. $800 at Dave & Buster's? Fuck me, dog. That's a lot of video games. Jeez. Wow. That's super generous of you. What a nice guy. What a nice guy. So nice. So nice. So accommodating. Really, just a really friendly guy, okay? Did you see Hutch watching Kyle Kalinski's latest shit take on the Dems? No, I did not. Should I watch it myself? Hey, Cosmic. Got sleepers waiting to redeem their chicken dance? Oh, no. Oh, no. Are people watching my fucking clips? Oh, no. Yeah, if you can. I don't know if it's stream worthy, but yeah, Kyle is lost. I don't know if I'll watch Hutch, but maybe I'll watch Kyle directly. At some point, I gotta start doing, like, my own reaction content, you know, not just reacting to other people. Reacting. Link me. Give me them tasty links. First country to have a reactor to declare a keep-out zone, which would significantly inhibit the United States. Sure, share chicken dance on r/livestream fail. You son of a bitch. Not to mention the accountable way in Peace Coast socials and markets starting to get a bit unsettling. Wow. You know what? I don't hate the idea for the exposure, but man, you're just trying to do your boy like that, huh? I can send it once I force down the vomit. Nice. How does that man still have frosted tips in 2025 is my real question. Like, who's doing that? Like, who told him it was a good idea to have frosted tips in 2025? Thank you for the follow, Victoria. Hello. I'm glad you're here. Oh, I've been trying to open my fucking Discord. I don't know why it's not opening right now. Give me a second. Econoboy pick in a 70s, 80s Soviet uniform. Like my tanky hats? Like my fucking tanky hats? Yep. Except he probably did it unironically, right? What the hell? Why is Discord being a sumbitch? Do I need to force quit something? He showed up like Temu, Fidel, Bad, and Banana. Awesome. Everybody say what's up to Victoria. This is our friend who loves to come on and chat. She's fucking awesome. For some reason, Discord... Okay, so I'm just gonna... End task. End task. End task. Should you had swag. Mine does have swag. Genuine Soviet swag. Sock cuckers. What up? Mohammed 64. What's good? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Oh no. Hey, Grace. Okay, let's try this again. You are welcomed, indeed. Alright, come on. Open up Discord. Why are you being a bitch? Jesus Christ, you guys. There are ladies present. Ah, here we go. Alrighty. So yeah, Daniel, see if you can find that Kyle Kalinske clip. This should be entertaining as I watch it and get very frustrated. What else we got on the docket? Oh yeah, I don't know if you guys saw. The DOJ walked back on their entirely unrealistic 3,000 deportations of like criminals a day metric, which Bad and Bananas piss poor Noam Chomsky-esque critiques. Very astute comparison, Victoria. That's like super on the dot. Oh, that guy, man. That guy. He does look like a Temu Fidel. Now it's 2,900 per day. What's happening? Welcome to the farmhouse. Spend your points wisely. Well, hang around, Mohammeds. Give me that follow. Kick it. And eventually you will make me do a fucking chicken dance. And if everybody gets in together, hey, thank you for the follow, brother. I appreciate that. If everybody does it together, They'll make me do a chicken dance while wearing like a tanky Soviet hat that I got from when I lived in Moscow. And sometimes these Aussie glasses. We used to call them Robotnik glasses until Aussie passed away. Now they are the Aussie glasses. Alright, let me jump into Discord chat. Dalla Dalla. Indeed. Nice thing is with this, you know, oh God, you are going to enjoy this so much. I already know, Grace. You're going to be like, ooh. And you're going to pick the perfect moment, too. Okay. Now we're in Discord. All right, there we go. Yes. Because there are arguments. Like, if you want to talk about Israel, for example, and I know which one you're talking about, but we won't get into that. But if, like, you want to talk about Israel, there are arguments that you could try to make about it, but, like, he does not make those arguments. Oh, that's really sweet. That's really sweet. Okay. Let's see. All right. What we got? What we got? This is going to be something. Is there a misunderstanding happening in chat? No. You're fine, Mohammed. He's not saying spam the chat. He's just saying participate in chat, and you'll get there in no time. Don't worry, brother. No one's trying to get you in trouble. Oh, for real? Ooh. I'm going to need to take a peek at that.
So we got some new polling data that just came in, y'all, and it is wild. So let me walk you through this here. First, Wall Street Journal, they say the following. Democrats get lowest rating from voters in 35 years. Republicans are seen as better at handling most issues that decide elections despite respondents' unease with Trump over the economy, tariffs, and farm.
Only 13 and a half minutes, Nebruni. I mean, there's so many obvious reasons why this is the case, though, right? Number one, Republicans don't push back on their own party, like, at all. Even when they disagree with things, they will still be like, well, they're owning the libs, they're owning the Dems, so they're going to be, nah, dude, Mohammed's, you're fine. You're fine. I'm not going to be looking at you talk and thinking you're spamming. You're chill. You don't need to spam. He's just saying participate in conversation. That's all he's saying. Yeah, that Republicans are going to support a lot of their party even when shit is going, like, badly, right? Now, mind you, this is not exactly great, right? Democrats have a lot lower net favorability, but Republican net favorability is still a good chunk in the negative, right? It's not like they're sitting there like, oh, Republicans are great. They're doing so fucking good. Some good news is you see the Gallup Party identification poll. I did not. Let's take a look at that next. Excuse me. But Democrats are far, far, far more likely to be critical of their own party for like a couple reasons. Number one, we have a situation where we have sort of two wings of the party. One wing is just not going to be happy with anything. It doesn't matter what you do. Whatever it is you say, they're going to be fucking pissy about it, right? Because they believe that the Democrats are actually right-wing. And then on the other side, you have Democrats, more moderate Democrats like us, who are looking at the Democratic Party and saying like, oh, I wish they could do more. I wish they were in a better situation, blah, 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 blah. So that's sort of what we're looking at with the reason why we're going to see a lot lower generally from the Democratic Party than we with the Republicans. They're generally going to stand by them as much as they can, even when they're doing badly, whereas Democrats have no problem being like, nah, yeah, you piss me off. Nah, Muhammad. Nah. No one's trying to punk you, brother. No one's trying to punk you. You're good. It's a small community right now. We're all here together. You're not gonna get fucked. Don't worry. Anyway.
Policy. So in other words,
let's see if he mentions all of that. Any of that.
And this is true based on all the polling that we've seen, Trump is plummeting. Trump is imploding. His numbers are trash. He's underwater on literally every single issue, including immigration, which historically he's always been above water. So, but even though Trump is imploding, when you ask voters about the Democratic Party, they go, oh, I fucking hate him. I despise him. So Democratic leadership has this plan of let's sit back, let's chill, let's shut the fuck up, let's let Trump hang himself, let's let the Republicans hang themselves, and then we swoop in and save the day, right? Like we don't have to lift a finger and we're going to crush in the midterms. This is the mindset. Now, on the one hand, is it possible, if not likely, that Democrats will win the midterms? Yes, that's true. But on the other hand, if you actually were to care about stuff, campaign on stuff, make an argument, fight, then it wouldn't even be a question if you were going to win or not, and you would...
I mean, that kind of depends, right? That kind of depends on what you're fighting for and the positions you take. You have to be very careful about that depending on what area you're running in. Like, if you're in, like, safe blue districts, you can campaign on a lot of shit. But then you have to realize that the shit that you campaign on that's going to be farther left, you have a really low chance of actually passing. So I think it's really smart to campaign on the offensive against the Republican party platform right now because it's pretty unpopular. That would be my suggestion, is go after the Republican Party platform, which is shooting itself in the foot. You know, we don't need to make big waves as to what we want to campaign for. There will be time for that, you know, if we gain the presidency. That's what a presidential election is for. When you're trying to win like a midterm to take back power from the ruling party, your goal is to put a check on the president and the majority party, not to hang on, sorry. Not to like make big policy waves, because you're not going to be able to do that. Pizza Cena didn't taste so good here. It's the most famous restaurant for pizza. Jesus.
Win in crushing margins, but they've actively made the decision to do nothing, to say nothing.
This is the right time to turn the microscope onto other leftist ideals. 100%. Midterms, when you are the minority party, when they have both chambers of Congress, when they have the Supreme Court, when they have the presidency, if you win the House, your job is to push back on the president's and the ruling party's agenda to keep everything even. Hell yeah. They're late on my paycheck, Mohammed. Where's my Mossad paycheck?
To shut the fuck up and let the Republicans hang themselves.
True.
But clearly what they didn't realize is,
true, Scarecrow.
You do know it's possible, right? That yes, Trump's numbers can implode and the Republican numbers can go down, but yours can go down even more. And that's where we are. So on this chart here, I mean, you could see it on the chart. You can see it. Democrats are minus 30 to Republicans only being minus 10. Let me walk you through some of this. The Democratic Party's image has eroded to its lowest point in more than 3 decades, according to a new Wall Street Journal poll, with voters seeing Republicans as better at handling most issues that decide elections. The new survey finds that 63% of voters hold an unfavorable view of the Democratic Party. 63%. The highest share in journal polls dating to 1990, and 30 percentage points higher than the 33% who hold a favorable view. That is a far weaker assessment than voters give to either President Trump or the Republicans, who are...
No budget will be passed, so we're looking at CR most likely, if possible, will have a shutdown come. Whoa. You think they're not going to get it through after everything they did? Whoa. Deadline October 1st. So they'll have to do a CR. Yeah. What is left procedurally at this point? No, I get it. You're playing a part. I get it, Mohammed. I get it. How many of these polls are... Yeah, that was another thing I was going to say. The largest voting group in the country is independent. Every year market has been a CR, sometimes weekly, and we had the sequestration 13 and another 2018. But I know they passed the budget through the House, then the Senate, then the House again. Are they like going through like amendments or like other stuff that they need to, or they need to like still go through appropriations? Is that it? Oh my goodness. It's been like a week and a half without my meds, and I finally got them today because it's just so frustrating. They have these quotas for how much like ADHD medication that a pharmacy like CVS can like have and purchase over a certain amount of time, and it hit like the end of that quota, and so I wasn't able to get my meds for like a week and a half until today, and so I took them today. And after having been off them like a week and a half, I feel, woo! I feel great. With like special elections, Neighborhoony. Is that what you're saying? Backfilling from the deaths, yeah. GOP is taking the budget bill as a win. Even on the Drink Surrounded episode, they were carrying the budget bill win over and over again. Interesting. I'm starting to believe my mom's doctor when he says everybody can benefit from a little bit of Adderall. Well, I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that. And in fact, that sort of thing is kind of like the reason why I wasn't able to get my meds, right? Because they're getting prescribed out too much and they reach these quotas. And then people who need to refill their meds, like, we can't get it, right? It kind of sucks. But yeah, Victoria, is there like an appropriations or something that's holding it up? Because I thought they passed the bill. He went to med school. Didn't Dr. Oz go to med school too? Wait, my bench... Who's benchmarking? Oh, Ryan's benchmarking? I want those stats. I want those stats. I want to hear those benchmark stats. Baby! Good. What are you running it on? Are you running it on, like, AWS? Or are you running it on your... If you're running it on your own rig, I mean, it's only going to be so powerful, right? Okay. It's still only going to be able to do so many, like, calculations at once, right? Hey, Vic. So yeah, what's the, What's the deal with the bill?
So
'Cause
I
I
had been
thought,
paying
yeah.
attention to like the National Defense Authorization um, and appropriations, but I think that a few have been authorized, but they still need to appropriate.
Okay, so they have to go through like
So there's
all of the
usually 12
specific.
spending bills.
Yeah.
12 spending bills will come through, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it does the same thing, goes through the House, the Senate, but they have to appropriate funds. So I
Right.
don't know
That's what
which.
I was
I'm
thinking.
actually not sure right now which ones have even been authorized.
Do they have to authorize all of the appropriations individually?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you think
Has
they
to be
could still get
authorized and
hung
then
up on
appropriated.
that?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
So this happens every year, and it's quite frustrating. But I think this
Oh,
year is going to be
they've
more of a
passed
concern because
three. They've passed three so far.
they were appropriate. They passed through. Okay.
Yeah, and those were 87-9 through the Senate. So I guess those ones are
Mm.
probably going to go through easy.
Well, now they're on, like they're on recess right now, I think.
They really love to take breaks, don't they?
Yeah, I know.
What up, Cryptic?
They're on recess. So what happens is like the third week of August, like because they have until October 1. Um, I don't know. Like last year, people were walking out. Like the thing that's a little bit different this year is I think that you'll have like Schumer and them. They've been signaling this since the beginning of the year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what their terms are, but obviously there's going to be some serious gridlock. And I'm not saying this is a good thing, but in terms of like Democrats fighting back, and getting
This is
back
the
into like
chance.
yeah,
This is the
yeah,
chance.
I don't like it because
Sorry.
it completely, disrupts everything. On the other hand, well, I mean, we have some issues in my opinion with executive management
Oh,
and
you don't
among
say.
other things like in the government. And what's even worse is a job loss report and things like that. Like I mean, obviously Northern Virginia, DC, Maryland's hit the hardest because of the most layoffs.
Yeah,
So
no, I know. Well, and I'm sure you did you. Well, I don't know. I know you're really busy. Did you take a look at the jobs report and the revisions that they made?
no, I didn't. I just looked for our particular. I didn't actually look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics
Yeah,
report, but I did hear Trump was pissed about it. And
very pissed to the point that he fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
oh, he fired him already. Yeah.
Yeah, which like a lot of people, even a lot of Republicans, are not happy about that. It's not a good look to get a bad report
No.
and then fire the head of the statistics, the messenger, the literal messenger.
Yeah, I hate seeing like BLS or like
Yeah,
on census and a few others. Like it's like you know
yeah.
I don't know. I didn't
Um,
get a chance to read or like catch up on what was exactly going on there, but I'm sure it showed the economy and like unemployment at much higher, at undesirable levels.
Yeah, it was not. It was not a good report, and they revised down a lot of their previous reports as well. Um, let me see if I let me try and pull up the exact numbers. Hang on.
Oh, I went back to your kick stream. Did you stop the kick stream or is it still running?
It should still be running. Yeah, it's still running.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Um. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. 25. This is not the numbers I was looking for. Okay. I'm just going to use a news article that's quoting from BLS
That's fine.
because the numbers were very convoluted and it
Yeah,
would
I
take
just
me a
like
second
if you
to.
can just give me a short summary of what it said
Yeah,
because honestly didn't have time to look into that stuff.
yeah, for sure. I'm pulling it up. Okay, so U.S. added just 73,000 new jobs in July.
Hmm.
Unemployment rate in July was unchanged at 4.2, but more people left the labor force according to the report.
Hmm.
Uh, bu- 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 Last August, under the Biden administration, the Bureau of Labor Statistics said 818,000 fewer jobs had been created over a 12-month period than initially thought. So that was when they revised down under Biden. Are they talking about the prior months here? Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, here we go. So, initially, for May, they had said there were 144,000 new jobs. They revised those figures down to 19,000.
Oh, wow.
And then for June, yeah, it gets worse. For June, they initially said 147,000 new jobs, which they've now revised down to 14,000.
How can there be such a discrepancy? Were they? I bet I wouldn't be surprised if the administration was just, like forecasting shit and telling them to post that.
Well, I think that's the one of the reasons why they end up doing revisions pretty often, from my understanding, from what I've researched, is
Yeah, and
that
I haven't read that over time, so I can't really like comment on it. Like,
yeah,
I would think that that discrepancy is pretty unusual.
yeah. So
That's crazy.
so let me just here. I think there's a little bit about it here. Um, Despite uncertainty around tariffs certain months, the U.S. economy had been largely seen as resilient, thanks in large part to jobs reports that appeared to show strong rate of job creation. The narrative shifted suddenly on Friday, thanks in large part to revisions to the June and May reports. Revisions to jobs reports are not uncommon and are updated to reflect fuller data from state records. But the changes combined with July's weak report offer a starkly different overall picture of the U.S. economy, which only added 19,000 jobs in May and June rather than the 291,000 jobs the reports had initially found. Jesus.
Damn.
Most of the gains have been in healthcare, and without those, the last 3 months of job gains would have shown a net job loss in each of the last 3 months. Let me see if why does the BLS calculate divisions in jobs reports? How's the BLS gather data? What to know? Former labor statistics officials say the commissioner typically doesn't have a role in preparing the monthly jobs reports, so that's who got fired. Okay. The process for preparing the monthly jobs report, formerly known as the Employment Situation Summary, starts with a survey of American households. The current population survey goes out to about 60,000 households. Oh, that's right. It's because they start with it as a survey, and then they get, like, actual concrete numbers in over time, and that's why they do their revisions.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah. So each month, 1/8 of the sample is interviewed for the first time, 1/8 for the second time, and so on. This rotation scheme has been in use since July 1953 and strengthens the reliability of estimates of month-to-month change as well as estimates of year-to-year change. Okay, there we go. So that's why. Everyone's been chatting.
I think like in my area, it's going to be pretty variable because some of the courts, like with the layoffs and stuff, they rescinded that and some were coming back to work, and then there's extended hiring freezes, and then they keep continuing to threat like job losses from VA and stuff, even though they're hiring every other week. So we're getting a lot of, I think there's could be some variability up here with respect to federal job loss.
Yeah. I just wonder, like this obviously, I mean, now I think we're definitely going to see a rate cut, right? With these jobs reports, it seems very likely we're going to get a rate cut. And, Trump's been begging for a rate cut, but this is not the reason you want a rate cut. All right, let's see. We need a womp womp trombone sound. Trump's offense, they don't report on sex traffic work. Oh, Jesus Christ, Ryan. Trump literally files SAP poster of new jobs as another unemployed American. True. When you look at total jobs numbers they use, it's a tiny fraction of a percent discrepancy. Yeah. Make unemployeds work again. Companies want fascism, but just if it increases profits. If it hurts them, they fire people. As simple as this. They don't give a fuck. Good for them. Now they're going to turn into commies. Stagflation! Yay, Nixon 2.0. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right. Let's see. Let's keep seeing what crap Kyle Kalinske has to say.
Viewed more unfavorably than favorably
fan of
by
Kyle
7 points
Kalinske?
and 11 points.
Not really.
You kind of sound like how I feel.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes he says something that's pretty all right, but
No,
most of the
perfect.
time
You
I'm
read
just,
my mind. I'm like, no,
yeah.
I've heard him say some stupid shit.
Yeah,
sometimes.
exactly. I've been told this is an example of him saying some stupid shit, so we're gonna.
I mean,
watch
but generally,
this.
I guess I like him. But I
I'll
have
tell you
heard
this.
he made some like asinine comments about
Yeah.
things. So, you know,
I mean, like, if you ask him if I like him better than like Trump, I'm gonna say yeah, right? But
well, yeah.
sometimes, yeah, I'm really not a fan of his wife.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Crystal Ball.
Yeah.
But to be fair, that's more of like the Israel bias thing. So that's on me. You know, that's definitely on me. All right.
Respectively. A mere 8% of voters, 8%, view the Democrats very favorably, compared with 19% who show that level of enthusiasm for the GOP. So, more than double the number are very enthusiastic about Republicans. Why? Because Republicans, what do they always do? They super serve their base. And so the base is rock solid. They never abandon their base.
Well, they also, I mean, they super serve their base in rhetoric. They don't always super serve their base in action. But, I mean, to sort of put that plainly without talking about the fact that there's a literal cult of personality right now going on in the Republican Party, I think is, like, you're missing a big point of it, right? You have a leader of the party who, you know, if he says love Republicans, they're going to love Republicans.
Their base is always going to ride or die for them because the Republicans look out for their base. Democrats, on the other hand, hate their base and say fuck you to their base and do none of the things their base wants them to do.
No. You just don't know who the base is, Kyle. You think the base are farther left, are Democratic socialists, but the base are not Democratic socialists. The base of the Democratic Party are moderates. And this shows when you look at like polling, when you look at voting results, most Democrats are moderate Democrats. This is just not, it's just not true.
And so this is the result. Only 8% view Democrats very favorably. Democrats have been hoping that a voter backlash against the president will be powerful enough to restore their majority in the House in next year's midterm elections, much as it did during Trump's first term, but the Journal poll shows that the party hasn't yet accomplished a needed first step in that plan, persuading voters that they can do a better job than Trump's party. I gotta be honest with you, absolute catastrophe for the Democrats, but this is what we've been warning about for so long, is like, yes, the Republicans will hang themselves. Trump will hang himself because they believe in stupid things. They just...
I wonder if the we that he means is like Democratic socialists. Probably. Democratic socialists and far lefties. We're agreeing on this facepalm, right, Cosmic? Hey, blue collared! What is up, buddy? Been a minute. How you doing? Canadian buddy. Good to see you.
Destroy everything they touch. That's all true. But that's not like, it's not guaranteed that like, oh, they like you because they hate them. No, they could hate both of you, right? You have to give them a reason to like you. You have to make an argument. Most importantly, you have to fight. When people think of Democrats, they think of weak. They think of pathetic. They think of loser. They don't...
Okay, so there's a little bit of... I mean, I'll give it to him. There's a little bit of truth into what he's saying. Like, we all definitely want to see Democrats doing more. But I think we also have to acknowledge the reality that, like, there's only so much they can do. They fought super hard to try to stop the big, beautiful bill from passing. They did everything they could. Always happy to have you here, bud. They did everything they could, right? And we thought for a minute we might be able to stop it. And then, you know, Lisa Murkowski. Oh, my God. What a fumble that was, by the way. What a fumble that was by Lisa Murkowski. But anyway, they tried. They tried everything they could. When you're in the minority, you can only do so much. You can only fight so much. I would like to see some of these people who are saying, like, Democrats aren't doing anything. Democrats aren't fighting. They aren't trying. I would like to see some of them watching them on C-SPAN. Watching them when they do their speeches against what Republicans are doing in Congress. You're going to see Democrats speaking, you know, in an impassioned manner against the things that are happening. Other than that, like, what can you do when you're a complete minority party? There's only so much.
Don't think of like a crusading warrior who believes in what they're advocating for, right? They don't think of somebody who never backs down, stands their ground. They don't think that. So, all right, I got some more for you. We got another poll. This is crazy to me, and I'm about to lose it on this poll too, by the way. Some more not great polls for...
We should get a good Jenk one, too. That, like, anytime you say something even slightly morally disdainful, it goes, "You monster!"
Democrats, and then I'll tell you exactly why this is infuriating.
This one was a surprising one to me, given everything that's going on in Russia, what happened in Iran, what happened in Gaza. But the bottom line is Democrats in the American voters' minds cannot hack it. What are we talking about? Party trust and more on foreign policy. Well, the GOP holds an average 6-point lead in the month of July. Look at this. Fox News came out last week, plus 3 points for Republicans on foreign policy over the Democrats. You think that number is not high enough for you? How about the Wall Street Journal? GOP plus 8 points when they match congressional Democrats up against congressional Republicans.
So stop and think about that. Donald Trump has...
So here's my interpretation before we hear whatever crap he's going to say. I think one of the big issues that Democrats have right now is in messaging. They do not have a clear, coherent, agreed on foreign policy. One Democrat is going to say one thing and another Democrat is going to say another. And it's very difficult to know exactly what they stand on because, you know, Bernie Sanders will say one thing, Cory Booker will say a different thing, right? AOC will say a different thing. And so it's really, really, really difficult for somebody to say, yeah, I think the Democrats are better on foreign policy when there's not really a lot of coherence there. Say what you will about the GOP. For the most part, they have a pretty singularly coherent foreign policy. Obviously, there's a little bit of divide on the Iran thing. There's a little bit of divide on the Israeli thing. But for the most part, they tend to be pretty much the same on foreign policy, which is, you know, stuck. Yeah. There is isolationist GOP and hawkish GOP. That is true. There is a legit rift. Well, let me think about this then. Hang on. Let me reformulate that because you might be right. So I guess the question is, when we have that kind of a rift, why are they more trusted on foreign policy? Is it the Trump effect? It must be the Trump effect. Trump has managed to come off, for the most part, as still isolationist, while still being somewhat hawkish in certain respects. Somewhat, mind you. You can do procedural shit to delay stuff, which Dems have done, but bottom line, you can't just pull a green lantern and stop things by willpower alone as a minority party. Exactly. Like, I want to see people who are criticizing the Democrats not being able to do enough to actually, like, watch the speeches, watch them trying to stop, understand the process, so that they can understand, like, they are doing everything that they can do. Look at MTG versus Lindsey Graham. Yeah, but, like, if we're being real, the MTGs right now are sort of like, even though Republicans have more Lindsey Grammers, I would say, in Congress, MTGs are like more the voice of the typical Republican voter, or the typical MAGA voter, at least. We're all immigrants granting concessions to anti-immigrant national isolationists because we understand there's an issue with modern immigration. We're all immigrants granting concessions to anti-immigrant national isolationists because we understand there's an issue with modern immigration. Yes, if I understood that correctly. I think I agree. The woke right is rising. I hope not, man. Because the rhetoric out of Candace and Tucker as of late really scares the shit out of me. A Native American. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. That was so cringe, dude. That was so cringe. That was so cringe. If I were to be charitable And I'm not even saying that this is the case. This would be like the dumbass charitable interpretation. He's using native to describe like, oh, I was born here and so I'm a native. But he probably doesn't even believe in full birthright citizenship. So no, he's just full of shit. Just full of shit. All the young GOP are the woke right types, not the Lindsey Graham types. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And then their cooking just reminds me how they were pretty liberal gay rights stuff. And they started gaining traction. They fucked it all up. I hope it turns out different. Me too, man. Me too. Said his family came here in the 1500s. How does he? Damn, dude. One of the things about being like an Ashkenazi Jew whose family was like spread around, or like a lot of them murdered because of the Holocaust, is like we just don't know a lot about our family tree. Like I don't know a lot about like where they originally came from, where they moved around, because a lot of that shit gets like fucking destroyed over time, right? By whatever fucking group out of a hat is trying to kill us, right? So like I wish I knew where my family was in the 1500s. I have no fucking clue. Could be Russia. They could have still been in Israel. I have no fucking clue. One thing I'll say is Biden having people like Jake Sullivan back as foreign policy advisor, again, was an absolutely awful mistake, especially with his influence in the Ukraine strategy. We didn't have a clear message, so it did sound confused and disjointed. We didn't sound strong enough to say we wanted Russia to lose and Ukraine to actually win outright. I think they were trying to play like we don't want to piss off Russia too much. But, you know, like at that point, like, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing? I don't think this is going to be like Nazi Germany. I hope not, bro. I hope not. I really hope not. Having Harvey Weinstein. I need to watch that. I haven't watched that. Is it good? Should I watch that? It's not good? Damn. Okay. Is it not good as in it's boring? Or is it not good as in like, holy fuck, this is crazy? Hi! Everybody say hi to Esther. I know who that is, but I'm not going to say her name. Hello! You are here. She's a very special guest, guys. Very special guest. Treat her well. All right. Let's keep going through this. And tell me, I can watch it, but it's a total gaslight. I mean, will I be entertaining watching it, or will it be boring? Scarecrow. A lot of them do, Muhammad. As for me, I grew up mostly overseas. I only went to school in the United States for in grade school for 3 or 4 years. So. Anyway, let's keep going with this crap.
Has been threatening to invade Greenland, threatening to steal Panama, threatening war with Mexico. He's been arming and funding a genocide in Gaza, and
he's dropped the Greenland thing, right? Like he's dropped that, right? And the Panama thing, I think. I don't know what the situation with the Panama thing is.
Wants to completely take over Gaza. Ukraine is now under assault by Russia, and Russia's not listening to anything Trump is saying with his attempts to stop the war. You have Iran, illegal and offensive strikes against Iran, a country that didn't attack us. And oh yeah, by the way.
But Scarecrow, I heard about that talk. Didn't I hear that? No, you know what? I just need to know, Scarecrow, will it be entertaining for me to watch? I need, yes or no, Scarecrow, yes or no? Will it be entertaining for me to watch? I'm Piscoing you now. I need a yes or no. Smash drapes. Frustrated and entertained. Okay. All right. Let's finish with Mr. Frosted tips. No, I guess this isn't frosted tips. This is frosted hair.
The attacks didn't accomplish what Trump wanted to accomplish, which was to destroy their main nuclear facility. So all these failure after failure after failure, insane decision after insane decision after insane decision, and voters still say, we prefer Republicans over Democrats on foreign policy. Why? What is the Democratic foreign policy? You tell me. I'll wait. What do they believe on any of these issues? What's their stance on Gaza? They don't have a stance. Biden armed and funded the genocide, and they all sat back and shut the fuck up and let it happen. Now Trump is arming and funding the genocide. They're all sitting back and shutting the fuck up and letting it happen. Iran. Democrats didn't say dick about Iran. Are you for the bombing or are you against?
Well, I mean, a lot of Democrats didn't say dick about the bombing of Iran because, like, that's generally mostly supported by most people. It's generally something that most people, even like most countries that like are not happy with Israel right now, we're kind of okay with that one.
The bombing. You should be crusading against the bombing. We shouldn't do illegal and offensive wars against countries that didn't attack us. Did we learn nothing from Iraq? And you guys can't stand up 10 toes down and say, let's not do this. This is like Iraq. So the reason why the voters still choose Republicans over Democrats is
because it's not that fucking clear, big dog. Look up. It's not that clear. Why is everything... Oh, and I know Tiny says this all the fucking time, but it's true. Why is everything reducible to Iraq nowadays? It's in the Middle East. It's got to be the same as Iraq. There's no nuance in that line of thought.
Democrats don't believe in anything. They don't say anything on any of these issues. So you're sit back and let them destroy themselves idea. It's not working. You need to believe in something and advocate for something. And that thing should be peace. That thing should be non-intervention. That thing should be negotiation and diplomacy. And you should point out we're led by a fucking incompetent madman who's on the brink of starting a world war at any given moment. Jesus Christ.
Despite everything.
No, that's not, that should be like the basis of how you approach things, but that can't just be your blanket position. If everybody knows your blanket position is just peace and diplomacy, then everyone's going to do whatever the fuck they want to. That's really stupid point of view, really stupid position to enter into like any sort of diplomacy or negotiations from.
That's going on in the world right now, Republicans are more trusted on Democrats when it comes to foreign policy and the world at large.
How has this changed, or how does this compare to during the campaign?
Yeah, again, this to me was a surprising number since Donald Trump said he'd come in and broker all these peace deals. And while he's brokered some, he hasn't obviously brokered one between Ukraine and Russia and obviously the situation in Gaza. But take a look here. Trust more in foreign policy. You go back to 2024. Trump had a 6-point advantage over Kamala Harris. Again, look at the average right now. It hasn't moved despite everything that's going on in the world. You see Republicans plus 6 points here. And this goes back to a larger issue that we have.
Wasn't there just like a poll that like just came out, I think, that said that if the vote happened today, Kamala would win? Oh, that was in May. I think Leo actually posted this in Discord with, you know, a useful thing for once. Political HQ YouGov 7:30, July 30th. 42% Kamala, 35% Trump. If you could go back and make your decision now about your 2024 vote, how would you vote? Very interesting. Well, thank you.
Discussed over and over again here in the mornings, despite any misgivings that the American public might have about Donald Trump, when you match up Republicans against Democrats, Donald Trump against Democrats, still at this particular point, they are doing significantly better than you might expect. And when it comes to the issue of foreign policy, again, what you see is in the American voters' minds, Democrats simply put can't hack it. More voters trust Republicans on foreign policy, very much like they did back during the 2024 campaign.
What about the strikes on Iran? Because while they were being contemplated, they were not universally popular.
No, they were not universally popular. And in the immediate aftermath, they were not universally popular. Look at this. Net approval rating, U.S. airstrikes on Iran. In late June, the net approval rating Look at that. -8 points underwater. But as the American people learned more and more about it, look at
How are you
this.
feeling
A
about
10-point
them now,
rise.
neighbor?
Now
You're
it's in the
just curious.
positive.
So
The
in the
American
same
people.
No,
spot?
that's not the American people. That is MAGA previously saying, I'm not sure about this. Then after Trump does it, they go, I love this. That's what that is.
Like the move that Donald Trump put on Iran, the U.S. airstrikes in Iran, a positive +2 net approval rating. So again, the bottom line is this. As the American people learn more about these airstrikes, as the American people compare Donald Trump and the Republicans against the Democrats, they see them far more favorably than you might expect.
Interesting and notable that the president is overseas today.
What's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on? Oh, I can hear me in the background. I was saying, neighbor Uni, how do you feel about the strikes now? Still in the same spot? What up, Scarecrow? What's going on?
Yo, so I do have a serious question at this point. So I guess my main question is, do you think that far left progressives would be opposed to cutting off a supply chain to the most benefited business owners? Like socialist communists, do you feel like they would be opposed to
I'm
cutting
trying to
off supply
understand
chain?
your question. So like, what do you mean specifically? Like, give me an example of what.
So all right, let me broaden it out. I see that there are two very different perspectives when it comes to the Middle East and America, right? I feel like most far left progressives, socialists, communists in this country are opposed to cutting off food, financial aid to Gaza, to Palestinians, and to the West Bank, right?
Right.
At the same time, though, and I do understand that this is a class war that they're waging, so that they have more sympathy for the Palestinians and for the people in the West Bank because they are more impoverished. But this is a totally different ideological environment, right? So here in America, we have established supply chains, we have established trade laws that fundamentally fuel the economical side of things here. When I look at the Middle East, I see Israel as being more of a democratic system who does engage in global trade and they are very wealthy. Don't get me wrong, they are very wealthy, but they have adopted a Western democratic society, which is one thing that always makes this conversation very difficult for me to understand. Being from America my entire life, I automatically revert to, okay, Israel is the only country in this region that has a Western democratic view of how to engage with the rest of the world on the
but yeah, for the most part.
Maybe Saudi Arabia, maybe
Saudi Arabia still has a monarchy, but Lebanon is sort of moving towards better democratic principles. They have like a parliament, they have a president, they do have a democracy technically.
Isn't there a ton of people that don't even recognize Lebanon though at this point in the Middle East?
Are there?
I mean, I was under the impression that Lebanon has been its own country for, I don't know, 50, 100 years, but there are still people
around the same amount of time as Israel, like all of those ones.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
In the
But there's
40s,
still
in
a
the
ton of
country.
people in the Middle East that don't even recognize Lebanon as a sovereign state, right?
I don't think so. I think most countries recognize Lebanon.
That's how I feel. But when I look at the far left in particular, and I am kind of like pushing back very hard on far leftists right now, just because I see that it domestically, and you know me.
Hang on. Let's pull it back. I'm still trying to understand your initial question about cutting off. You said something about cutting off funding to like big businesses. What was that?
Okay, so basically, I'm trying to put the situation going on with Israel and Gaza in a mirror with what's going on right now between the left and fascism, which has ultimately taken over our country, right? I feel like the far leftists would be very, very happy to cut off supply chains to big business, big corporation. I feel like they would have no problem.
Okay, yeah, like literally wouldn't even give it a second thought. They'd be happy to do it.
Now, they also don't realize that will incite violence, right? Like that, there is going to be
It's going to cause a lot more problems than that. I mean, it's going to cause massive economic issues. It's going to disrupt the job market. It's going to, cause inflation. There's like all kinds of ancillary effects that would happen from something like that.
Would you argue that that's the only way for far leftist socialists and communists to get their policies passed within the country right now as we see it? There would have to be a short-term, quote unquote, short-term pain forced onto the job market in this country for us.
It depends.
Right?
There are different types, right? There are leftists who are not accelerationists. You don't really hear from them that much because you're going to hear a lot more from the more extreme leftists on like social media, in the media in general, right? Because they're the ones who get the views, the attention, and all of that. So you're going to hear a lot more from people who are more like accelerationists and so on. But there definitely are social democrats, democratic socialists, even communists who have like an understanding that accelerationism is not the way to go. I think even even Marx said like that you can't like force communism to happen, right? Like you have to. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. It has
to
like
be an uprising from the people, right? It has to come naturally from the people,
and so
that are oppressed.
Yeah, and so like there's definitely a lot of people who are farther left who have more reasonable positions and understand you have to do things incrementally. But right now, we live in 2025. We live in the age of TikTok. We live in the age of sound bites of, we got to have everything now. We got to have it very quickly. And so you're going to hear a lot of like crazier takes. And the problem is like there's a lot of people who otherwise might be a little more understanding of a more, reasoned approach, hearing those kind of takes and going like, oh.
Right. And I do also want to just revert back to like the initial claim of on Western means when it comes to a Western democratic republic, it will take a fundamental reroute of the system to provide this progressive or social communist Marxist Leninist uprising to happen rather than it would of the Middle East. When I look at the Middle East, I see it as a very different place. I look, and maybe I'm naive to this, but when I look at the Middle East, I look at Israel being the structural society within the region, right? When you look at other places around there, the people are very, very unfortunately poor, very, very living off of the means of their greater countries, whether it's Iran, whether it's Iraq, whether it's wherever they're receiving their benefits from. Over here on the West, I see a totally different situation where we are a very much so established nation. So when I look at far leftist socialists or soc dems in America, they are pushing for something in the Middle East that maybe I sound naive, but is pretty vast and far away from their traditional governance right now, as I see it. Am I wrong by seeing it like that?
Say that again.
So, like, when I look at soc dems, when I look at Kyle Kulinski, when I look at Cenk Uygur, these people are expecting the change in the West the same way that they expect the change in the Middle East. And these are two fundamentally different places that don't have the same ideologies, right? In America, it's very, very hard for a socialist or a democratic republic to actually supersede the current fascist regime or the current, on the other side, the current communist regime that's actually starting to take over. There is starting to be some authoritarian.
So let me just interrupt you real quick because I do think there is a difference in what they see for the Middle East, and I think that's pretty well highlighted by the way we hear like someone like Hassan, for example, when somebody confront them with like, hey, there are all of these problems in these countries in the Middle East, right? And you'll say, well, what do you mean? Like, Israel's the only democracy. There's all these other like monarchies or places run by like extremists or whatever, their response isn't, well, they need to change right away. Their response is, well, of course, the West made them that way. So they seem to be a little bit more allowing of them to be sort of different in the ideology because they blame the West for that being the case in the first place. Keep in mind, their position is not necessarily we have this ideal and we want to push everyone towards this ideal. Their position is the ideal we currently have is bad and we need to demonstrate to everybody that it's bad.
Right. So I guess my meta point from a megalosphere here is that in the Middle East right now, the only country, and maybe I sound like a simp, maybe I sound crazy as fuck, but the only country that can promote a certain level of democracy in the Middle East is Israel. Don't get me wrong, I've shared my concerns about the way of going about it. I've shared my concerns about certain humanitarian disbeliefs that I have with the region, but I see a lot of the socialist communists on the left here in America speaking about the Middle East as if it was America, and we are a very well-established society on a global scale when it comes to world trade, right?
So yeah, there's definitely an aspect of like pure naivete. They have this point of view that like, you know, if we, but it comes out of, by the way, it comes out of the thing that I was saying, right? They're saying that it's our fault that the Middle East is not this bastion of freedom and opportunity because of the way that we have operated there. And they believe as soon as we let them do their own thing, they're going to become this free, multicultural, open society where everybody's equal, everyone has the same chances, nobody's oppressed in any of these places. So from that perspective, yeah, you're definitely right.
Well, but I would also argue that before Western society, I mean, when we look at the Middle East, this is one of the most cultured and historical places on the entire globe, right? So, I mean, when you look through the history books, the Middle East has been very prominent throughout all of time. There hasn't been the progression that we see in Western democracy, or even, for that matter, Eastern socialism, communism. There hasn't been that growth in the Middle East the way that it has grown on the Western world or on the Eastern world. Am I right or am I wrong?
You're right. And here's why what's happening right now is so important. One of the reasons, a lot of the thought behind one of the reasons why October 7th happened was Iran, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas. They were seeing other countries working to normalize with Israel, to start moving more towards that sort of more Western-friendly type of society, right? They were seeing that out of Saudi, the Emirates, you know, those Gulf states and so on. And in the meantime, you know, they felt like, okay, from Hamas's perspective, they may have felt that, okay, people are starting to forget about us as they normalize with Israel, right? So our situation looks bad. From the Iranian perspective, they're looking at it like, oh, well, everybody's making deals with Saudi. We're this crazy regime. We don't want to change the way we do things because we control this way. So we want to stir things up and try to throw a wrench in the middle of these normalization talks. And then from the Houthis, I mean, the Houthis are just fucking nuts, right? The Houthis are just fucking crazy.
Exactly. Just absolute radicalist. Yeah.
And then Hezbollah is basically completely puppeted by Iran. They're just going to do whatever Iran tells them to. And so that's kind of why a lot of this is happening right now, is because they saw that shift starting to happen, and they needed to prevent it from happening. And that's another reason why the leftists are so pissed off, right? Because they don't want to see Western society the way it is now be the reason why there's stability in the Middle East, right? This is why they're pushing so hard and going so hard with that rhetoric right now. It's our fault that they're like this in the first place. It's our fault this even ever happened because, you know, they saw that it was moving towards this better situation as well. And that doesn't really help their point of view either. And now the Arab League said, fuck Hamas. Exactly. They said, fuck Hamas, disarm, get out, and let's move towards a two-state solution. And the reason they did that is because they want to normalize with Israel too. They don't want to keep this war going. They don't want this bullshit to keep going. They see money. they see opportunity here, and they want to capitalize on it. No pun intended. And so, that's why we're seeing the Arab League coming out and doing this as well. And I think 17 other countries on top of the Arab League. Leftists would never support a demilitarized Palestine. Well, you know what? The good thing is that leftists aren't in charge of any fucking country anywhere. So they're not going to be able to do anything about it if it happens.
But they are making the push. And I do think that it is fair for us to step in and actually speak on some of their own, hypocriticisms, right? Especially when it comes to the Middle East. I understand this want of the poor to overcome the rich. I get that. I understand that. But when you're looking at several different ideologies of governance in several different regions of the world, like for example, here in the Americas, we have South and Central America where they are very much so welcome to keep on building their culture, right? When even if we look at China and the far left communist regimes, I feel like America's getting far. The United States of America is getting far
China
away from
is like,
now.
I don't know if I would call China communist, but they call themselves communists, but no.
They call themselves communist. They're identified as socialist by several major outlets.
Maybe more
I
socialist.
think that they're more authoritarian at this point.
More
I think
authoritarian, but you can have like socialism, authoritarian.
But most communist regimes call themselves communist, and they're ultimately authoritarian, which is the danger of leaning into socialism and communism, right?
Mm.
When you start to get into socialism and communism, they are a much more fragile ideology that is left up to.
Wait, hang on. Pause for like 2 seconds because I need to address something Neighbor already said. No, I am definitely not running cover for China. I'm just being definitionally accurate. Okay, that's all. That's it. I am not a fan of China. Their Communist Party is the Communist Party, but they are clearly not a truly communist nation. For fuck's sake, they have a monetary system, Neighbor Uni.
They also have like a wealth disparity that's almost worse than America.
They have crazy wealth disparity. But I guess I have to put my tanky hat on now. Hang on 1 second.
Tanky hat time.
Okay. What's up, Daniel?
Yeah, so I was just thinking, basically about China. Even though they describe themselves as communist, socialist, actually, despite the way they call that, even their economy is a blend of capitalism.
Mika, you've been summoned. Get on over here.
So the Chinese economy is a blend, and this happened because of the fact that Mao Zedong actually drove the economy into the ground. So Deng Xiaoping had to sort of try and clean up the mess, and so he actually moved to a hybrid of a state-controlled / limited capitalist economy. So he actually had to sort of copy the Western system to sort of pull China out of the mess that Mao had created. So that's why, even though they say that they're communist and socialist, and they definitely are authoritarian, even by the strictest definition, they don't meet the original pure communist and socialist definition.
I mean, I guess my only pushback of that is saying that China is a capitalist.
Watch out, Neighbor Rooney's going to call you a tanky now.
Look at Mika. She's killing it. Is that a Green Lantern?
It is a Green Lantern.
That is fucking sick.
I realized I have 2 Superman capes now, so next time I decide to do the Superman cape, we're going to wear them together. We're both going to wear Superman capes.
I would just say for Neighbor Rooney, when it comes, or is this Daniel in the chat right now? Is that Daniel?
Oh no, I'm in
Neighbor Rooney.
Neighbor Rooney is one of our
Daniel
regulars.
Liddick.
Daniel Liddick is Daniel Liddick.
So I guess yeah, exactly. I was just trying to see who was talking in Discord. I would say that my argument against China being capitalist is that there's no private capital interest, right? Like everything made off of the capitalism in China is directly granted right back to the Chinese, the CCP or the Chinese government, right? There's no like private capital interests in China. It's all
that's not true.
It's all for the betterment of
no,
the government.
That's not true at all. There's absolutely private capital interests in China.
But can you keep your records off the books from the government in China?
Well,
Like
you can't keep your
capitalism to
records off
me-
the books from the government here.
I mean, there's certain I
Yeah, but
think
that's
about
fraud.
OpenAI.
That's against the law.
No, but I think about OpenAI. I think that they provide like a policy of what they want their AI to achieve, but then there is always something going on in the background that the
I would
government
say,
is not
Neighboruni, I
aware
would
of.
say North Korea is probably the closest thing to a quote unquote communist country we have, but like even then they have their own monetary system as well.
Which also,
Yes.
why in the fuck would we ever want to be like North Korea, by the way?
Oh, bro,
But-
they do apologetics for North Korea all the time. It's fucking crazy.
Oh yeah. But yeah, basically, yeah, in China you can have
Oh, that's true.
I
It is
bet-
Juche. You're right. That's what I'm saying. There is no actual communist country, and I'm not trying to no true Scotsman because like that would be awful, right? We don't want that. But like if we're just definitionally like there's not a real communist country.
and I think that goes to the argument that again the ideology sucks and doesn't work in real life.
That is absolutely a socialist and probably communist policy, blue-collared liberal. I'm not saying they don't have communist, aspects to their government, but to just say they're a fully communist country, I don't think is accurate either.
Well, and I think I agree with Daniel on this one that
Fuck off,
like
neighbor.
communist government does suck. It does promote certain authoritarian values that are very well exploited in those countries. We see it from every country that considers themselves to be socialist or communist. There is an exploit of the government made by the top 10%, just like there is in a fascistic regime, just like there is right now in this white, I call it a white nationalist America with a fascistic president that is pushing these fascistic views onto the people. These are the same issues that we're having on both sides of the spectrum. Now, don't get me wrong. When I get back to the crux of my initial argument, I don't feel like certain, and maybe I am totally out of line by saying this, but I don't feel like certain governments within the Middle East right now are even understanding of how certain global policies work, right? Which is why I do lean a little bit more towards Israel, which is why I do lean a little bit more towards Saudi Arabia, these countries that do operate on a global scale and have operated under certain democratic policies. But this is why when I look at far left liberals or far leftist socialist communists within America, that what they are advocating for doesn't even work in their own society. They would love for us to condemn Israel right now, provide aid to Palestine, to overthrow this what they call a fascistic government of Israel, right?
Which is
They are-
crazy.
It is crazy.
Calling the Israeli government fascistic is insane. Look, they're pretty far.
I mean, they're
right-wing.
far right, right?
Yeah, but that's not what fascism means.
I mean, fascism derives from extreme nationalist far right ideology, which is where I find the disconnect with Israel, right?
Yeah, but
Israel
fascism
is not.
a very specific type of governance. It's not.
Well, and Israel's also
It's not like oh, you're far
far-
right, therefore you're a fascist. That's not what fascism.
But
is.
Israel's also not like an isolationist country, right? Like they are doing trade on a global level. So there are certain policies within Israel that automatically disconnect them from fascistic values, right? Fascistic values are like we all make it in-house, We do all of our trading in-house. We get nothing from anywhere else. It's a very nationalized view. As proud as the people of Israel are to be Israeli, they're not isolationists. They're not
No.
totally
They don't
by their
want to
own.
be. They don't want to be. They have shown
Don't wanna be.
time
Right.
and time again throughout history that they are willing to work, build relationships, have
They
peace,
work hand in
and
hand
be
with
fruitful
multiple
with their
countries
relationships
all over the world.
as long as somebody is willing to do the same with them. I mean, they've done it so
I
many
would
times.
argue.
What up, Cinderella? And to be fair, socialists argue that capitalism is the ideology of exploitation. True. Chinese
I would
communists
argue-
just not strictly communist in that they don't hold one to one with the original Soviet Union. But that's the whole point of ideologies being gradients. There are different forms. They can take. That's all I'm saying. There's gradient. Like I said, there are aspects of communism and socialism to China, but they're also, I mean, blue collared. You got to admit, China is also an aggressively capitalist country.
True. But they're also authoritarian, which is
Yeah.
outside of the realm of free market, right? Like free trade.
No, actually, China is a very pro free trade country.
But it's a free trade by means of the government. Like you have to get clearance before you start trading with certain communities or certain countries from the government of China. I know that they want to trade with everybody, and they do. And this is a thing too. Like they identify as a communist party, but they are not nationalists. They want to expand. They are more like colonialists, right?
Yeah, but neighbor Rudy,
Well,
doesn't
you
like
can be-
the idea of communism itself kind of be, isn't it? I feel like I would be much more willing to say China was more communist if like their financial system wasn't so heavily capitalist in the way
Capital
that
driven,
it looks
right.
and operates.
Right. Would you look at China as more of an expansionist country?
Expansionist? Economically expansionist, yes.
Do you feel like they align their culture within the countries that they provide trade routes to? Because they are the trader. They are like the grand trader. If we're playing Baldur's Gate or some shit like that.
No, I think
this
culturally,
is-
China is not a very multicultural place. I don't think maybe like in some ways they might want to spread their culture, but I think they're very much more interested in spreading economic power rather than cultural power. They're starting to dip their
I agree with
toe into trying to spread cultural power, but even then, not really so much because of, you know, how much of a social sort of isolated hold they have on their population and want to keep. They really don't want to let other cultures sort of come into China. They want to keep things separated.
But I do see what you're saying when it comes to economy. They are expanding not only to places in Africa, not only to places in Eastern Europe. They're expanding their reach to Central and South America. They are reaching out as a global trade power. So, I mean, culturally, probably not, but I would argue that they're very prominent in the trade realm than we are right now. We have now isolated ourselves. We have now disavowed all of our friends. Canada.
I'm going to be honest with you. I do not like the way we are approaching trade. I don't like the way we are approaching dealing with our partners right now, but I do think what you just said is hyperbole.
I guess I would say that China is standing to gain far more from their trade partners right now than we are. We are
That's probably
surgically
true.
removing
There's a lot more
removing our trade partners from our way of life, which is absolutely terrible. And when we look at it from a leftist perspective, when we look at it from a socialist American perspective, how can you disavow Israel for reaching out to certain other countries to promote their ideology, or not even their ideology, just to promote their...
Just to kind of go in on this a little bit, because thanks to Neighbor Rooney, I've done a little bit of research on the topic of what it is exactly they're doing. Right now, what they're trying to do is they're trying to shift the balance of global trade, so that in what they see, they see this as like an undue burden on our backs and our debt. And so they're trying to shift that balance of global trade so we have more manufacturing and so on and all of these things to balance out that debt, so we are giving out less debt without losing ourselves as the world's central currency.
Wouldn't you argue that that's an ignorance, though?
Yes.
Sitting at the top, you think I'm wrong that that's an ignorance to move back
no,
toward
I
manufacturing?
said, hang on. I said, I think they are wrong.
Okay, and I agree with you. I feel like it is an ignorance to move backwards into fossil fuel manufacturing rather than to be the global superpower that does the fine tuning or the importing. We should be the import capital of the world. I feel like we should be.
Yes, because we make the most money. It makes sense that we would be the import capital of the world.
Well, and we have the most technological advancement.
Well, and here's another thing that they don't really talk about, which drives me fucking crazy, and I don't really see many people talk. I've only seen Destiny bring this up like a couple times, and I don't know why he doesn't still bring it up. I think this is so important. We are the number one provider of services across the world by like a huge margin. That's a big deal. That's a lot of revenue for our country comes in through services that we provide, and it seems like nobody acknowledges that.
Well, how many people have
focusing on our services, expanding our services, because we're good at that. That's what our people are.
Well, and also, how many people have to ship their manufactured goods back to the United States to get them serviced? For that matter, like if you have this great, let's say you have all these tractors, there's only a specific market of people to actually service and refabricate certain tractor parts, and it stands here. This is what's given us and tractors is a very bland example, but there are so many products that have to be shipped back to the United States to get their servicing done, to get their maintaining done, even if it's just you're sending equipment that works back to us to maintain it for another 10 years. We have a strong arm in that community, which has made us such a beneficial nation to the rest of the world.
Wait, Cinderella, is that true? I feel like I don't hear people talk about that at all. Oh, this is my tanky hat. I got this when I was living in Russia. It's from the Soviet Union. It's got a bunch of
I love the fucking patches.
Soviet things on it. I think I'm gonna take this off though. It feels weird to be.
No, don't take it off. Don't take it off. Those are marks. Those are merits. You have to leave the merits. You have to.
Really, Cinderella? I feel like I haven't heard that a lot. That's so fucking stupid. That's really fucking stupid. Why would you argue against that? It doesn't make sense to me. That's a good thing.
I don't really even understand right-wing talking points. I feel like I don't know. I guess back to my first initial claim, and then I'm gonna let you guys go for the night, and I'm gonna hang out and chat for a little bit. Okay. But my first initial claim is, especially for the socialist, American socialists and communists, how do you feel like overcoming means of democracy in the Middle East by violent means is more important than or is just as viable as overcoming means of capitalism on Western states by violent means? It's a very bland question. It's very deep.
Can you rephrase that?
So I feel like Dem socks. I feel like Dem socks. I feel like socialists within America, and I'm mostly domestic policy, right? Like I've talked to you about foreign policy and shit like that. But I feel like Dem socks within America feel like they have the answers to everything, and they feel like that they can overcome our certain structures in a Western democracy, just like they can in the Middle East against Israel, when these are two totally different fundamental locations. And I would argue, my argument is that in the Middle East, Israel actually is promoting a more sustainable way of life than the surrounding cities in Gaza, in the West Bank. When I look at America, I look at their policies and I'm saying, how can you achieve attaining certain structures within America the same way that you want to implement in the Middle East? I don't think that it's possible. I think that they need to disconnect their foreign policy from their domestic policy and rethink the entire structure of their argument, because socialist policies will not work in America.
Yeah, I mean, here's kind of like the big, and I might quibble and nitpick at a couple of things you said, but honestly, we don't need to go down rabbit holes. The big thing that sort of is my issue here is their whole their whole like position, their whole worldview is based on populism, right? A lot of it is like the feels, the emotions, and all of these things. Not very much of it is based on like an actual understanding of economics, an actual
vibes based, basically vibes based.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so while they, you know, a lot of times, and I do believe most of them believe they have good intentions, right? They want good things for people. They're arguing for things they think that will be better for society. The problem is they are very much more based on feels rather than an actual understanding of what they're going to be able to do within society and what's actually feasible within our form of government. And so, like,
do you agree that what they feel to be socialist policy is very similar to the Western thinking of a democratic policy or a liberal policy, such as like, I've heard so many people say that a socialist policy is 15-hour minimum wage, healthcare for all. I don't find these as socialist policies on the Western front. I would say that that's more of a liberal position to take, as well as, you know, abortion rights.
Yeah.
Roe v. Wade.
I mean,
I feel
now
like
you're talking about social issues. You're talking about social issues, which aren't like super related to like economics.
But socialists are using these social. Do you agree? Socialists are using healthcare for all, Medicaid for all, and $15 minimum wage as a quote unquote socialist policy. And do you agree with that?
And they are not socialist policies. And I
don't feel so either.
Let's see. I generally agree with universal health care.
Me as well.
I agree. Well, I've already given you my interpretation of how we should do the minimum wage.
Yeah, and that is subject to the location that you and I agree with you. It should be subject to your specific demographic where you fall into.
What was the other thing that you brought up?
So well, it's always, what do the socialists say? $15 minimum wage,
universal
healthcare for all, universal healthcare, and
I don't remember.
Power of the not power of the purse, but power of the people. I do say that power of the people is a
power of the
policy.
People is. Power of the people is just like an empty slogan. That's.
I feel like I feel like
I don't know what the fuck that means, right? Like I would need a very specific
policy.
I would need a very specific description of like what that actually means, right?
It's like
Cosmic. I agree. Those are not socialism. We were just saying that they're not socialism. Go ahead, Daniel.
It's sort of like when someone says "Make America Great Again." Well, what does that mean?
It's
exactly.
It's just an empty slogan.
It's a group of words that don't really,
But one of the things that socialists do very well is they basically they steal ideas that come from liberalism and liberal democracy.
They short-term conform,
and beyond just conforming, and it's one thing that even even Destiny brought that out too, about how they take ideas that come from liberalism, from liberals, and they take them as their own. And then they try and basically pawn off all the bad things onto liberals and liberalism.
Mm-hmm.
So they try to say things like, oh, $15 minimum wage, universal health care, sick leave,
Look, here's my thing. If you want to hold those positions, like, I don't agree with you, but I guess that's fine. My issue shows up when you start saying things like "scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds." Then you're causing
Yeah.
fucking problems. You know,
Yeah,
when your
exactly.
rhetoric goes into there, you're causing problems for the party. You're causing problems for the rest of us who actually want to get things done. Because as much as you might say, "Oh yeah, I voted for Kamala," your rhetoric is actively encouraging people not to vote.
Or
Because
to
now-
Kyle and Crystal's point, or Cenk Uygur, you are actively shitting on the Democratic Party that is actually pulling us steps and steps, leaps and bounds away from our equal policies, which is the minimum wage, healthcare for all. You're pulling us away. You're showing people why they shouldn't vote for this, because you are actively shitting and puking on the democratic way of life or the liberal way of life.
Oh,
from what
really
I
quick.
see.
I have to explain to Muhammad so he understands. So, Muhammad, whenever anyone does a typo in chat, you have to clown on them. It's just the rules. No one's singling you out. We do it to everybody. I do it to people. And the proper format is you alternate caps and lowercase. Daniel, can you misspell something in chat for me real quick? It's pretty lame.
We need the example.
Neighbor Rooney. It's fun. Okay?
Now, and Jordan, I know we've talked about this before, especially when it comes to like
Oh, there,
minimum
you
wage.
spelled my
and
name
how,
wrong. Okay, so there we go.
how tough of an issue that is to.
This is the proper AMA
track.
format of clowning on somebody who misspells something. Empanada. Ooh, that's a rough one.
Cosmic, you can't call him a Nazi. No.
Who's a Nazi? Jordan is a spelling Nazi. Oh, he spelled it wrong too.
Maybe,
oh, you
maybe
guys
a
are giving me
spelling
so
Nazi.
much good
Maybe
shit.
maybe I'll grant a spelling Nazi, but Nazi is a tough term. He's a spelling socialist, a spelling fascist.
That's funny. Did I just Hassan laugh? Fuck me. I just did a Hassan laugh. Okay, I can't keep up. There's too many. There's too many.
Potato, apple.
You guys handle it. There's too many. I can't follow.
Jordan, last
You're
question.
overloading me with typos. What's up?
Just to finish everything, my mom, who has been a lifelong liberal, who has been a women's rights advocate for her entire life, she has no idea what ideology is. She asked me a couple of days ago, what do you think is more dangerous, fascism or communism? I didn't have a good argument to give her, and I would really love to hear your position on what you think is more dangerous as a whole. And I would argue we should talk about foreign policy at this point, because fascism and communism does affect the rest of the world inherently, right?
That's a really, really, really difficult choice to pick. If we're talking about actual like communism, actual fascism, economically fascism. God, I can't believe I'm going to say this. Economically, fascism is probably better, but obviously it has like big issues with nationalism, authoritarianism, and so on. But so does communism. So I guess if I had to pick one, I don't know, but it's.
Yeah, that's what I said too. It was very difficult. I didn't know
really
how to talk to her about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I I don't have an answer for that either. I don't think that any not like knowledge-based minded being has an answer for that, but I wanted to ask you, see what your response was to it. I love you, brother. Have a good night.
You too, buddy.
I'm gonna hang in the chat, and I'll be here the next time you go live, man. Love you guys.
Sounds good. Love you too,
Daniel.
Good.
Hey, love you too, you sexy scoundrel. Oh, he's not even in here anymore. All right.
Yeah,
love you guys. Have a good night.
All right. I don't know, chat. What do you guys think? I honestly, you could pick either one out of a hat, and I'm probably like, they both suck. So we'd have to kind of get into it for me to have like a good answer. Just off the top of my head, I said that, but I'm like easily open to being proven wrong on that.
Foreign policy may be an area that is stronger for him. Harriet, thank you.
So understand something. How can we be in a place? How can we be
Right. I know. But like true communism does away with a monetary system entirely. How are you even going to deal with like the natural value of like resources and labor? Everybody's just going to do it because for shits and gigs? People don't work that way. But again, we're like comparing two of like the worst things. If you could achieve like utopian communism, obviously it would be a utopia. But I'm talking about like the current tech with the current technology that we have. Yeah. If we were to say like all, you know, accounting for all other things, right? Let's say we could have like Star Trek technology, then yeah, obviously that would be better. If we're talking about no, I'm talking about historical examples of attempts at communism is what I'm pulling from. If we're talking about like the utopian like ideal of communism, the choice is obvious. To be clear. Soviet soldier. No, I lived in Russia shortly after the fall of the Soviet Union. Not have a flat hierarchy. Only in Starfleet does it not really have a flat hierarchy. Outside of Starfleet, there's not much of a hierarchy. I mean, the Federation does have a president, technically, but... yeah. No, yeah. I mean, like, I was just going off of, like, historical, you know, if we were looking at, like, historical examples. If you were to say, like, okay, accounting for all other things, like, the way it was intended to be and the thoughts of what it should be, then, yeah, obviously, there's a very obvious choice there, right? And it would be communism. Mika! Get on over here, baby girl. Okay, I'm taking the hat off. You okay there, Herbie? Almost knocked you over. Hey, it was great having you here, Mohammed. I'm on every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I hope you come on back. We have a lot of fun here, and it was cool for you to come in and participate. Good to meet you, bud. Mika, come here. Come and say hello. Come here. Well, how do you like realistically achieve a communist utopia with like a world that has scarcity is something I don't understand. House slaves in the communist utopia. Are you sure about this? Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. Mika, come here. Oh, you're right. Peanut. Come get a peanut. Come and get a peanut. Yeah, that was easy, huh? Easy for you there. Yeah, that's right. Come here. Come here. Take a seat. Sarah, hey. Well, we love having our lurkers. Even if you guys are just listening, it's always nice to have you all there. Let's get your Green Lantern cape on. Indeed. We have a couple casual lurkers. I know you guys are out there. To my lurkers, you know I love you. You know I love you. What up, Nick? What's going on? What? I don't know what it is you're trying to say. We might completely agree on this, Cinderella. I really don't know what it is you're trying to say right now. Hey, baby. Hi, baby. That's me. Such a tanky. I'm trying to understand what point you're making, Cinderella. Just lay it out for me so I understand what you're saying. Again, if we're talking about like the imagined ideal of communism, of what it could be, all things considered, you know, not having to deal with scarcity, then yeah, like, but I want to understand what you're trying to say, Cinderella. Spell out your point for me, because we may agree. I just don't know. Go ahead, peeps. Yeah, happy numbers today. I was responding to my question. Which question? Inshallah, you'll have an iPhone one day. Nice. You hear that? You were worth it. L'Oreal Kids, because you're worth it too. Jesus. Good night again, Muhammad. It's good having you here, buddy. Does he know he's an ad? The Gallup Party ID numbers. Let's see. Hey. Over independence? No way. Oh, they didn't poll independence. Hey, that's good. Happy poll. Happy result. They only gave Democrat and Republican options. They didn't give independent options, though. Among... I mean, there's good here and there's bad here. It all came from independents, but that's kind of what we expect. Motivated by anti-Trump sentiment. Yeah, but the problem is, like, what is the Republican Party after Trump? What is the Republican Party after Trump? We don't even know. We don't even know what that's going to look like. JD Vance, oof. Couch fucker. The Courtesy Orphan Project. Oh, alright, let's finish with this idiot.
Be in a place where now the illegal and offensive bombing of Iran is popular. The reason we ended up there is because there wasn't a Democrat in the entire fucking country that stood up and told the truth. There wasn't a single Democrat that said, hey, remember when we had the Iran issue figured out completely and perfectly? Remember when Barack Obama made a deal with them and then they abided by that deal perfectly and they didn't get a nuclear weapon and we gave them back their own money and everybody was happy and secure and making...
The approval is still in the toilet, but there's like a lot of reasons for that, right? There's a lot of reasons for that.
Money. Remember that? Remember when everything on this about this issue was solved and then Donald Trump decided to rip up that agreement and light the region on fire? Remember that? No Democrats came out and said that. No Democrats came out and said Trump just launched an illegal and offensive attack against a country that didn't attack us, wasn't going to attack us, and wasn't building a nuke. And that is illegal. That is a war crime. That is unacceptable. That is Trump copying the war in Iraq, which he pretended to be against. Now he's doing the new war in Iraq. new unnecessary bombing.
Everything. It's always everything there. It's always a fucking war in Iraq. Everything we do now is just war in Iraq. There's Iraq derangement syndrome. What's up, Cinderella? Uh-oh. Is your shit acting up again, bud? Uh-oh. Delulu.
All right.
Hey.
What up?
What's going on, bud?
Not much. How are you doing?
Doing good. Doing good. Did you want to just... Are you jumping up to just chill, or did you have something you wanted to jump in on?
Oh, well, just that like whole communism thing. I have several friends that are like super into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't really like, but I argue against them all the time that it's not like feasible in the current day.
I agree.
But yeah, I can understand their argument though. I just think they're kind of like delusional basically. But
I agree.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
We're definitely on the same page there.
There was one like argument that you made though that I do feel like was addressed. Yeah, that I would push back on is the notion that people won't work if they're not obligated to. I think is kind of I think it's kind of a ridiculous notion a little bit.
In general, there are people who are going to work, right? So
yeah,
be
just
more
like
specific about that.
I think my counter example would be to point out to like every single billionaire that we like have in our society, basically they all work. Like Elon Musk works like 50, 60 hours a week.
Sure.
Like, you know, according to what they say anyways.
Those aren't the people I'm really talking about though. I'm talking about like who's going to be out in the fields like picking vegetables if they're not getting paid for it? Who's going to be
There's definitely still going to be
picking up
people
trash,
doing that
right?
though. You don't think that there's going to be people that are going to be like super into farming and stuff like that? Like they just want to do that for their life?
I think there will be, but here's the problem.
And trash men, dude. You don't think there are people that are like obsessively into collecting trash?
So that's actually not even the issue. The issue is that...
Okay, I'm kind of memeing a little bit.
Yeah, so the issue is that the number of people who do feel that way about those jobs is smaller than the number of people needed to do those jobs. Otherwise, everybody would love their fucking job all the time, right?
Okay, but here's the other pushback on it, though, is just because you provide a basic like standard of living for people, right? Just because you provide shelter and food and water and heat doesn't mean that they're not going to still want a TV, like a better iPhone, a better microphone, better toiletries, everything that you can think of,
True communism then, right? Because if they have to earn money to make it, then it's still mixed. It's a mixed economy.
Your input would be higher valued for certain inputs, right? It would still be a function in communism.
Technically, at this point, you have a different type of currency. It's the value of your labor. So technically,
yeah, I know that's what I'm saying about communism. They wouldn't call it currency, but they would still have these
but the principle itself
classifications
is still
of
capitalist
inputs.
in nature is the thing. So if you're providing something in order to get something in return, that in its concept is a capitalist concept in nature. So that's not like a true communist utopian system.
Okay, I'm not pushing back on this in defense of communism. I'm pushing back on this in the sense of even like UBI, universal basic income.
Sure.
This is a common argument levied against this. Like I'm just attacking the principle of this argument.
Again, there's a difference because when you have UBI, it's not like you're not making any money at a job. That's just money on top of the money that you're making.
No, universal basic income would provide a baseline, right? But it
wouldn't replace the earnings you would make in a job is the thing. You would still make money from your job.
that's what people argue against it, though. Like the concept for universal basic income is that you would have, like, at least the ones that I'm familiar with, the ones that I support and stuff like that, is it's not just giving you like a check and money deposited into your bank account. It's going to be paying for your rent. It's going to be paying for food and utilities. It's going to be paying for a basic set of needs. And then people that argue against are saying kind of what you're saying, that, oh, if all of their basic needs are provided for, why are they going to work? Why are they going to do anything else?
Again, to be clear, it's not about the basic needs at this point. So then you talked about the wants, right? The things that you want to have, right? So your UBI will
that's
provide
my counter
for
argument.
so your UBI will provide for your basic needs, but there's still a monetary incentive for you to work, potentially in jobs that you don't like, because you still want to buy the TV or you still want to buy the game console, and those things cost money, right?
You don't necessarily even have to do jobs that you don't like. It's jobs that
someone has to do
are
it,
like,
right?
Well, it depends on what job you're talking about, which jobs you're talking about. Like the most highly valued jobs are going to be the ones that are going to be like producing things of value, right? So entertainment or something like that could be a highly valued skill.
Right, but
like,
someone is
it's
still
not
going
like
to have to
necessarily
flip the
difficult.
burgers at McDonald's. Someone is still going to have to.
No. Not in like the utopian version. We have most tasks automated.
Okay,
So
well, no,
most
but
of the
again,
tasks
so
that you're-
now
that you're gonna
we're talking about a different
bring up.
system, and I said,
What's
what
that?
I said before was,
Yeah,
if
no,
we're
that's where I
talking about
agree
a
with you on that,
situation
but-
where technology is going to account for those differences and automate like certain things that people don't want to do, then yeah, like sure, it'll work. But
Yeah, and
that's not
that's
where
where I
we
agree,
are
we're
right
not.
now, right? We're not
That-
not there right now.
That's where
Yeah,
I that's where I agree with you. But you also, though, then too, you kind of like stepped back and said in general that you don't understand conceptually how certain things would work if you had even these technologies in place. So
No,
I guess
I don't think I said that.
okay, that's how I interpreted what you said.
Okay,
I
then
guess.
that's my
Okay.
mistake for not communicating.
Yeah.
Better.
All
Yeah.
good.
If we were, because like, first of all, just to be clear, I'm a huge fan of Star Trek. It's my favorite show. The Next Generation, my favorite show of all time. Right? I know what a communist utopia, socialist utopia, or at least a close facsimile of one could look like if we're talking about like sci-fi technologies and shit like that. Right? Like I understand how that could look.
Well,
That's
and
awesome.
I even think that's so. I think that my argument would actually even hold true though. Then in like a so if we did have all of our basic needs automated away, then right, you would still have people that are motivated
to do certain things, sure.
to do things and be productive and contribute.
But
to
it's the things that
society.
they want to do, and the thing about society in that society,
You would also
hang
not
on one
necess-
second. The thing about that society is you have that automation to fall back on for if there are not enough people to do those things. So that's like a It's called the Orville, Sarah, and it's fucking amazing. It's those things are sort of necessary for that to be the case. You would have, because otherwise there is inherent value to resources. There is inherent value to labor, and those things, you can't account for those things without being able to automate away all of those different types of jobs and just sort of set up a system where, okay, we're not worried about resource scarcity. We're not worried about value of labor because those things are automated, or we found, maybe we capture an asteroid in Earth orbit or whatever the fuck, and we have all of the, like shit like that, right?
Yeah, you would still be doing things that you don't want to, though. That way you would develop skills, because like by avoiding doing anything you don't want to do, you're gonna like become weak, right?
I don't think that's the
you're
case.
Still like it's kind of even demonstrated in nature, right? Like plants and stuff, if they don't have like any if they're pardon me, if they don't have any wind, or they don't have any like things that are causing them to have stress in their lives, then they become really limp and weak, right? If something gets too much wind, yes, it is. You can look it up. And also,
for
if
plants.
it,
I thought you meant for people.
plants, yeah. Yeah, no, for plants. Yeah. And also for plants, if you overexpose them to stress, they'll become too stiff and rigid, and they'll snap too easily, right?
Yeah.
So you have to have like this kind of balance in between. And I think humans are kind of similar in a respect.
I mean,
Not like not like
sort
to the
of.
wind,
We're
not to the
also
wind.
pretty
I
damn
think
adaptable
it's just a
in
good
like
metaphor.
we're pretty damn adaptable in like a lot of ways too. And I think in certain ways maybe, but most people seem to have things that they want to do. And let's say we're talking about this hypothetical society where we've automated a lot of things and people can sort of choose how they want to live their lives and do that. I mean, I think you're going to see, there's going to be a contingent of humanity that just doesn't really want to do much and just hang out all day. But you're not going to lose the people who like care about the work that they do, right? Because for example, there's a lot of scientists out there. They don't make a lot of money, but they work on the things that they work on because they care about the topics, right? So you're gonna see
Yeah, and
that,
so
obviously.
So I think that the contention in a lot of cases between me and people when I'm having a dispute on this is people, I believe, imagine that the number of people that would become like complacent and apathetic would skyrocket. And I kind of don't see it that way. I see it as if you like liberated people from worrying about a lot of their basic needs, that would actually make them feel liberated in a sense that that they would actually feel liberated in their lives to go and pursue ambitions that they currently don't feel that they can.
Yeah. Neighbor Rooney,
Yeah.
I think that largely depends on what it is we're talking about. Like you could potentially get to a point where there are certain jobs that require like human labor, where human labor for the most part isn't really needed aside from like minor maintenance to those things and stuff like that. I like the idea that it's always going to be okay, now they're only more productive, we can never fully automate a job, like doesn't seem to be the case. Like we've seen jobs get completely automated by like computers, for example. We've seen that happen. And then new jobs have come out. But if we're talking about the point where I agree, neighbor Rooney. What is the claim then, Cosmin? Claims that there are more jobs than people to do them. And that's always going to be the case, no matter how much we automate? Is that the claim?
That's
how could you know that?
I think you and I would both agree that there are currently not enough robots.
Okay.
But, in 100 years from now, there's probably going to be enough robots.
Yeah, but the past isn't necessarily indicative of what will happen in the future. I can see outcomes that go down both of those routes. I could see a situation where there's always going to be more jobs, and I could see a situation where the amount of jobs available gets smaller and smaller. I'm not like freaking out like, oh my god, there's not going to be enough jobs. I don't think that's the case. But I could see that potentially being how? Well, if they make them more, if those jobs, hang on, if that automation makes humans more and more and more productive, then you're going to need less and less people to do the job that you had before. So maybe some new jobs may come out, but in some cases there might not be. You just don't really know. I don't think we've ever seen the potential of like an explosion in automation like we're facing right now. And I just don't know. It could be that you're right, but it also could be that you're wrong. Like I can't say for sure.
Well, what if we constrained it to like a certain segment of jobs, right? Like cleaning jobs, for example.
Well, if you constrain it to a certain segment of jobs, it's very easy to see how that could like take over a certain segment of jobs, right? We've seen that sort of thing happen in the past. I think the question is more like, is it possible that there would be, you know, enough of that happening without enough new jobs opening up for like new types of things that it would cause like an issue with not enough people getting jobs? More problems to solve than humanity is capable of working on before the sun becomes a red giant and engulfs the earth. Yeah, but hang on. It depends. Again, we're talking about like, when we talk about this, we're talking about like the types of jobs, right? Like, I could see a situation where most labor jobs could be done automated. And then the only jobs that are left are like jobs that require like theory, thinking, practical applications of theory, things like that, right? So it just depends on like how things evolve technically. And then it becomes an issue of like capability. Oh no, bad voice crap. Capability, or you know, ability to like understand something. There will be new labor jobs too. Like, I mean, I could kind of do the same thing here, just be like, what new labor jobs? And how would those new labor jobs match or outnumber the number of jobs lost? Okay. That doesn't really answer my question, though. I mean, do you still see there being, like, bank tellers or bank, like, calculators in the back doing all the calculations for bank? No, Cosmic, I agree with that. But again, if we're talking about labor-intensive jobs, the more capable robotics becomes to do those jobs, the more easy it will be to build new robots to do those jobs as necessary. Like, I don't see a situation where, oh, there's always going to be labor that only humans can do. Like, I don't see how that bears out other than, oh, look, it's always been this way in the past. But in the past, we didn't have the kinds of technologies that we're looking at today. And not just computers. We're talking about technologies that can actually manipulate things in the real world. Yeah, but they're not doing calculations anymore. And there's probably way less of them than there were before. We could probably, if we wanted to, automate 90 to 95% of the work that bank tellers have to do. That I agree with, Cosmic. I mean, we're sort of stuck in the frame of where we are now and how things have moved with the technology of the past. But if you really think about it, right, computer technology has really only exploded over the last 40 or 50 years. That's not a lot of time. That's not many generations to sort of adapt to everything. And economically, we still have an economic system that we have to uphold, right? There's a lot of reasons why we still have people working jobs that could otherwise be automated. I don't know what the Lord Kelvin meme is.
That's one place where we're getting a lot closer though today probably is like resource allocation and stuff like that.
Hang on. I
Being
agree,
able to do
neighbor
that
Rooney.
computationally.
I agree, neighbor Rooney. And again, I want to reiterate, I'm not necessarily saying that everything, every possible job is going to be automated, right? But I can see a certain situation where most labor intensive jobs, for example, end up being automated because the ability for robots to do labor jobs becomes so adaptable in the same way our computers started with very specific purposes and can only do specific things and have evolved to do way, way, way more things nowadays, right? And have replaced some jobs entirely. So then we'll move on to other types of jobs. That's... No, I think you're misunderstanding me, Cosmic. Okay, I think that's kind of a fair point, Neighbor Rooney. Yes, we are always moving on to other types of jobs. And I said, I don't know if you guys recall earlier, I think we're going to probably move away from labor intensive jobs and move into more thought based and thinking based, theory based, engineering, those types of jobs. As labor jobs become more and more automatable, right? Like there's less people working in a car factory now than there were 100 years ago. And we assume that trend will continue. And yeah, I guess I am looking backwards a little bit. But I'm just assuming those trends will continue. I agree. I agree, Neighbor Rooney. I don't know. I feel like you guys are thinking I'm saying something very slightly different from what I'm saying. That's kind of what I'm saying, Cosmic. That this is the point that I'm trying to make. Is that the types of jobs that are going to fade away are going to be the types of jobs that can be more easily automated, like labor-intensive jobs and things like that. There will be new jobs, right? Some of them will be creative. Some of them will be scientific, theory, engineering-based, and things like that, right? But, like, value of labor is an important part of the economy, and that's something we're going to have to account for, because not everybody is going to be able to do those types of jobs. Not yet blue collared. I don't think we're that far off from each other, guys. I think we're just talking about it a little differently. I mean, that could be the case. Don't we already have early versions of robots that'll be able to do healthcare and elder care and shit like that? I mean, I'm sure for a long time there's always going to be a need for a human touch, though. Well, I mean, they're gonna have less bones about it, right? A robot will wipe an ass with no issue, where a human might be like, ooh, gross. Yeah, why can't robots wipe asses? Robot can rust my nut. They might ever use a bidet.
I just get the feeling that this is going to end up with more additions to weird things nurses see in the ER.
I mean, I hate to be a Tesla simp, but some of the recent tech demos have been very interesting, blue collared. Let me find this. There's obviously still a way to go, but this is still very interesting. Oh, definitely over-engineered. But if we're talking about dexterity, I found this to be pretty impressive. I agree. But, like, it's still pretty impressive. DARPA's doing fucking crazy shit, right? But it's like, you know, for a regular person who needs a robot at home to do all of their shit for them because they can't take care of themselves. I mean, that's not bad, man. That's not bad. And it'll get better, I'm sure.
I feel like there's probably a Moore's law of robotics too.
In like what sense?
Like the capabilities are going to double every year. I don't know how to exactly quantify it, but
yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard because like,
yeah, I don't know like
maybe.
what terms you would quantify.
It's gonna have to do with like how quickly we're able to develop the software and firmware, probably, as well as like some of the issues with the hardware. But I would imagine software and firmware are gonna be huge part of it,
Okay.
as well as like our models, like our intelligence models for them.
I remember like 10 years ago, DARPA came out and did like a presentation for their drones, and I think they did it on TED Talks, and like all the other drone stuff that had been out up to this point was like, it was really impressive and stuff, but nobody had even imagined that it was going to be in the realm of possibilities to do a hummingbird within a decade, and they just came out and just had one already made.
Yeah.
And it's just like, yeah, just
DARPA is insane.
Yeah, that kind of stuff makes me wonder about like what do they have behind
that we don't know
like,
about.
yeah, that we don't know about with
collar,
robotics. Like, holy crap!
Blue collar,
and that was 10 years ago. Like,
the thing is, like, we're already kind of here, and like it's going forward very closely. I mean, very quickly, not closely. It's going forward very quickly. If you look at the capabilities of like advanced UAEs and their ability to respond to certain situations, like it's pretty impressive. As that software gets better and better, we're gonna well, the Tesla robots are gonna be more for like at home shit, where a generalized robot makes more sense. If we're talking about like doing jobs, you're going to want more specialized robots, right? Like oh, for fuck's sake, an assembly line, for example. Okay, we don't like Tesla. I get it. I was just using this as an example. Jesus. Just to show, like, okay, hey, like, you know, the dexterity capabilities are not far off. That was just my point, all right? I'm not, like, trying to suck a Tesla dick here. I'm just trying to give a demonstration, all right, guys? Yeah, the industrial ones are going to be completely specialized and like hyper specific for what they need to do. But like for a robot around the house, you kind of want a generalized machine, right? Yeah, Boston Dynamics is great. You know, I only thought of this because this was one I saw recently, and I was like, okay, cool, that's coming along. If you have something from Boston Dynamics that shows the same type of shit, I'm sure it's way more impressive. Let's see.
Boston Dynamics just dropped new videos of its 100% electric Atlas robot. This is the first time the company has shared videos of this version of Atlas doing something like work, and the first time the
Boston
company
Dynamics
has
is
shown it correcting a mistake. We're digging into the details, so let's get into it.
Correcting a mistake.
When turning around, Atlas's torso and legs turn in different directions. Given the fully autonomous label on this demo, it could be reasonable to assume the robot made the decision to move that way. Whether it did it because it saves time or energy, I can't say. Pop-ups in the video give us a sense of the robot's vision system and how it marks the different bins it's reaching into. About halfway through this demo, one of the engine covers, that's the item Atlas is moving around, appears to snag, causing the robot to react, reposition, and correct its mistake autonomously.
Dude is like,
we've seen similar demos from other robotics companies. Figure showed its Figure 2
fully
robot
electric robot.
and
Whoa,
placing
who would have
autopilots,
thought?
even appearing to correct some of its mistakes. Tesla's Optimus robot was also recently shown doing various work tasks, first at the company's We Robot event. However, after reports came out that
well, there's also a cost limitation, Neighboruni, as well as infrastructure limitations, legislative limitations, right? Eventually, these things will get more and more practical in the real world.
The robots were human assisted at the event, Tesla dropped a video showing Optimus in a lab setting doing many similar tasks labeled as autonomous.
Just no. I don't know about flying drone cars. That's not really what I'm talking about. I'm talking more about something like this, or like, you know, robots in the home being more common.
Another video posted by Boston Dynamics on Halloween shows Atlas doing the same task it did in the previous video while wearing a hot dog costume. In this example, someone dressed as a pickle moves the bins, Atlas catches another snag, and is able to react, reposition, and finish the task.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be like fully automated with like a whole system of a bunch of these things all talking to each other at the same time, and you would be like, I want to go here, and then it like coordinates with the rest. That'd be the only way we could legislatively even think about doing something like that.
This is the first time Boston Dynamics has shown its new electric Atlas in a work setting. The announcement video shows Atlas rising up off the ground and moving around, demonstrating the robot's hypermobility. At the time, Boston Dynamics said it was developing new grippers, or hands, for Atlas. Later, the company appeared to make good on that promise in a YouTube short. In this video, Atlas did some push-ups with what appeared to be grippers styled like fingerless nubs. Now we're seeing Atlas shown in these new videos. It looks like
what do you mean when you say the solution stalls at 99%?
Appendages. Based on the movement shown in these new videos, it looks like Boston Dynamics has applied the same principles of hypermobility to them as they have to the rest of the robot. You can see the finger starts on the bottom to help lift the engine cover, then swivels up to pinch and hold the auto part as the robot carries it to its destination. These new videos of Atlas strutting its autonomous stuff come just weeks after Boston Dynamics and Toyota Research Institute, TRI, announced a partnership to develop AI and robotics. TRI has been working toward the development of a large behavior model, similar to a large language model that generates human-like behaviors instead of text.
Why?
Text. Boston Dynamics will supply the hardware.
I mean, that just has to do with infrastructure.
And TRI will be supplying the AI. TRI has also been hard at work in the field of self-driving and self-drifting cars. Tesla, one of Boston Dynamics' competitors in the humanoid robotic.
What do you think is like a real-world variable that would be completely like limiting to scaling this sort of thing out?
Space has touted the self-driving features of its cars as a helpful foundation for building out the type of AI needed to power humanoid robots. As Boston Dynamics works toward the commercialization of its humanoid robot technology.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really want to be driving a regular car in a hurricane either.
technology, it's interesting to see the company partnering with an automotive AI company. Things are really heating up in the humanoid robotics world. Subscribe to CNET for the latest updates. What do you think of humanoid robots? Let us know down in the comments.
I'm just seeing like all of these things that there are solutions for. I just don't understand why that is now limited. It's going to cost money, sure. If they want to do that, they can do that. If they don't, then it will stay in cities. I mean, we don't really need them to be self-thinking to that much of an extent, blue-collared, right? They just need to be able to handle, like, enough of a different set of potential scenarios where they can, like, you know, we saw a primitive version of that with the Boston Dynamics recognizing it made a mistake, for example. Being able to react to a change in things. I don't know if you guys have been in like Waymos or like a cyber taxi, but you can see like on the screen how it deals with things that like pop out and get in the way. Probably, at least at first. But like with every other technology, like over time, as infrastructure gets built out, as it becomes easier to manufacture the parts, the cost of it will go down. And then it'll be easier to make better things, just like with other technologies. It's 2.5 hours and I still haven't gotten through this fucking 13.5 minute Kyle Kalinske fucking slop video. This is a normal rate of slot progression, true. I mean, look, we can speculate all we want. We're all going to find out anyway. I think we're going to continue, we're going to see these technologies evolve, similar to how we've seen other technologies evolve over time. That's just my thought. You know, over time, as once they get to a point where they consider, okay, this is at a point where we're going to be able to use it. At first, it'll be pretty expensive. And then as the cost to manufacture goes down over time, it'll be more accessible to more people. And then once they have, like, the robots making robots, right? It'll be even cheaper. Robots, machines making machines. How perverse. Maybe it's... I feel great. I'm having a lot of fun today. 3D printers printing 3D printers, exactly. W Futurama. All right, let's finish this shit and then figure out what we want to look at next.
Things against a country that didn't attack us. If you don't make the argument doesn't make itself. You need to make the point. You need to spell it out for people. You need to say,
Animatrix is the bomb, dude. That's why we always have to treat them nice. We always have to be nice to them, okay? B166ER. Was that it? B166ER? Bro, how about that fucking memory, bro? How about that? I haven't watched the Animatrix in like a decade.
We had a peace deal. We did diplomacy. We did negotiations. It works. Trump ruined it. Trump ripped up that deal. You have to say, this is illegal. This is unconstitutional. There's nothing positive is going to come out of this. And also, by the way, the goal that they said they wanted to achieve, they didn't achieve. Oh, we want to get their ability to, enrich uranium. Well, you didn't. You didn't. So all this, the American people still don't know that this was illegal and a colossal failure. And the reason they don't know that is because Democrats don't argue it. They don't argue it because they don't believe in anything. They sat back and watched and let it happen. And they're more than happy to come out now and say, yeah, I guess it worked out because we're not in a long-term war with Iran right now. I'm not kidding. A lot of these Democrats low-key support this hawkishness because they're all bought by the Israel lobby, and the Israel lobby wants war with Iran.
Oh,
and so this is where we're at,
bro.
where I can't tell you a single thing Democratic politicians believe to their core because they're not making the arguments. They're not making the points. There's no public face. There's no line that they all go with where they have a meeting at the beginning of the day. They say, these are our talking points. Go out and make those talking points over and over and drill it into the heads of the American people. They don't do it. And so because of that, you have all these fucking issues where Trump is a menace.
So fucking low level, bottom of the barrel. This is just jank, in other words. The donor class, bro. This is so fucking stupid.
Has a higher approval rating than the Democrats. Why? All just because he's a fucking arrogant asshole and he pretends like he knows everything and he doesn't shut the fuck up. So people go, okay, I guess he knows what he's doing. So this is unacceptable in every imaginable way. And by the way, let me point this out too. This is not a foregone conclusion, y'all. Look at this. 70% of Democrats are motivated to vote in 2026, while only half of Republicans are motivated. So 50% to 70%. So Democrats might even be able to get away with doing none of this shit, saying none of the right things, hiding, fucking afraid of their own shadow. They still might win in the midterms because Trump and the Republicans are so evil and so bad and they just kicked 17 million people off their health care.
Good, great. Fuck yeah. That's fucking awesome. Why the fuck are you bitching about it? Jesus Christ. And then it's going to be 2 more years of him being a dumbass with Democrats managing to stop things here or there. And as Democrat voters watch them stop certain things from passing, they're going to, over time, be happier and happier with the Democratic Party. That's what's going to happen. You fucking small-brained nugget.
Why do you want to roll the dice that way? Why don't you want to actually fight for people, take a stand, make an argument, be confident, and then draw more people to you? I'm not kidding when I say...
Because now is not the time to fucking shake the boat, dog. It's not the time. We're losing. We're on the fucking downswing. We need to let them fuck up and not, like, alienate ourselves from the rest of the country even more than we already have. Like, okay, bro, like, the Republicans just won, right? Were they talking about any of these left-wing issues that they support? Were they gaining massive popularity from all of these fucking far left issues that you support? No. None of this is an indication that somehow, just like all the fucking far lefties say, everybody agrees with us. They just need to hear it. None of this is an indication of that, dog. None of it. Ah!
The Democrats could put up FDR prime numbers right now if they actually gave a shit. If they actually believed in something. Could you imagine a Democratic Party across the board where they're out there saying, we're going to stop this genocide in Gaza. That's what we're going to do. We're going to deliver everybody universal health care. We're going to do free daycare. We're going to give everybody paid vacation time. We're going to
Bro, we want all of those things, okay? We want... well, I zoned out for a second, so I might have missed a couple things. But a couple of things he said, definitely, I know that we want. The problem is, like, you can't campaign on that on a national scale because you're not going to do well, dog. You're just not going to do well. This, bro, 2016 broke the brain of all of these fucking people. They are all so convinced that Bernie Sanders was going to win and that they got fucked over by the Democratic Party and that it had nothing to do with everyone coalescing around a single candidate. That all the moderate candidates coalesced around a single candidate. Their brains are just so broken. He would have what? He would have won in the general? Maybe. He might have won the general. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the primaries.
To do a 4-day work week. By the way, a new study just came out on that. Phenomenally successful. People end up way happier. They're just as productive, if not more productive. We're going to raise the minimum wage. We're going to get money out of politics. We're going to do Social Security for all. Anything. Show me you believe in something and fight. Fight this man. Fight him. Call him out. He's a menace. He's a war criminal. He's a bastard. He's a son of a bitch. Call him out. Fight him and stand on business. But none of them do it.
With what? What are you what are you gaining by fighting for those things? You're not going to be able to pass any of them. All you're going to do is throw bills out there, and what? You're just fucking jerking off for like a certain section of the base? Like what's the point? You fight where you can as the minority party, and that's all you can do. And then you try to win seats in 26, and then you try to win the presidency in 28 by appealing to as wide a group of voters as possible. That's what you do. That's how you fucking win.
So that's why we are where we are.
Is it
Democrats
just me,
should
or
be
does he
ashamed
sound
of-
familiar?
What?
He's a menace, a pest to society. He sounds like J. Jonah Jameson.
Oh, he's a menace! Spider-Man! Yeah, he does a little bit.
Embarrassed that any poll at this point, with Trump's approval...
Yeah, Neighboruni, I mean, there might have been a chance that he could have won the general. I'm not even talking about that, and like I don't have like a hard stance on that. I'd have to take a really, really good look at the numbers and the equation and all of that shit before I say one way or another. I'm specifically talking about the 2016 primary.
Rating is 37%, and he's still beating you in head-to-heads. Chuck Schumer's got to resign. Hakeem Jeffries got to resign. We need real leaders, bro. We need real leaders.
That's true. Black people do love the Clintons very much.
Al Green, Bernie Sanders, AOC, Tim Walz, Jasmine Crockett. Save us. The fighters need to come in and lead the way and save us. Because this shit is not going to resolve.
Is Jasmine... I haven't paid too much attention to Jasmine Crockett's politics. But, like, she's from Texas, so I just assume she's kind of a more moderate Democrat. Am I wrong about that? Do they... Like, somebody tell me, am I wrong about that? Is she, like, more progressive, farther left? Yeah, again, Neighbor Rooney, maybe you're right. I was literally just talking about the primary. Yeah, Jasmine Crockett. Does she? Yeah, but like, prog-coded doesn't necessarily mean progressive policy. Like, she's from Texas. I feel like you have to be kind of somewhat moderate to win Texas. Let me see. Yeah, I guess she is more progressive. I just figured since she was from Texas, she was going to be more moderate, but, you know, the House is weird.
Of itself. Schumer's got to resign. Hakeem Jeffries got to resign. The old guard's got to go. Because even though Trump has a 30...
Hakeem Jeffries is the old guard? Bro. I don't actually know. Google just said she was progressive. Let me see. She owns a firearm. Can I get like more than that on what she believes in? Yeah, I don't... Wikipedia is useless for this. Okay. Issue political positions. Okay. Pro-choice. Expansions of Medicare. I don't know. The only ones they really show about can be both progressive and more moderate Democrats. She's pro-Israel? Oh. Oh, yeah. APAC tracker says she still votes to enable genocide. Based? Pro-abortion and anti-choice. Everyone must get an abortion. No more babies. Yeah, I mean, she doesn't seem like fully on progressive, but she's got some progressive views. I don't think she's on board with someone like you, probably, if she heard all your views, Kyle, but... You monster!
How dare you?
Oh, man. What's the emote websites again? Emojipedia. Lame. This is not a good website. What's the ones that we like? Emotes.io. Medicare for All was one. Although, like I said, that can kind of go across. That's not necessarily exclusively progressive. Fuck, I'm trying to remember now based on what I just looked at. So there was Medicare for All. There was paid family leave. Again, the questions they ask, a lot of them could be both moderate and progressive, depending on where you look at. But, like, somewhere in between those two, I guess. Yeah, but it's easier if they have one. I know before you guys were sending me sites that had good emotes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. I feel like we need this. I feel like we really need this. Dean? A Dean emote? For whenever our pizza's getting cold? Can I get this in PNG, please? Alright, let's see if it'll take this. Ba-ba-ba. I might have to size it down a bit, but we'll see. Max dimensions 500 by 500. Oh, yep, we have to size it down a little bit. Size it down a little bit. Save. Save. Seeing the anti-life equation. Okay, I still want a jank emote though. Man, there's nothing. I'll have to make it on my own at some point. Yeah, I will. But for now... Dean Withers. His pizza is cold. All right, what do we want to watch, guys? What are we feeling? Do we want to watch the jank thing? I feel like you guys don't want to watch the jank thing. Or neighbor Rudy definitely doesn't want to watch the jank thing. Yeah. All right, you guys talk amongst yourselves. I'm just going to go grab some water real quick. I'll be right back. Figure out if there's something we want to watch. Oh, okay. Yeah. I haven't watched it. I'll watch it on my own time then. Slop torture me. Give me shit. Give me shit to watch. Z was on. Do we have a clip? Oh, right. The Candace Owens Harvey Weinstein thing. Ugh. Fucking Asman. Alright, we have choices. We have choices, okay? Daniel says Z was on. If you guys can find that, I'll watch it, potentially. Then Cinderella wants me to rage about some stupid shit that Asman says, which, hey, I'm always down for that. And then there was also the Candace Owens and Harvey Weinstein interview, so these all sound pretty interesting. Bonus, if we do the Z thing, we can use our new Dean Withers emote. All right. Well, find me the links, guys. You know, you want me to watch something? Throw it on up there. What's this? Ezra Klein. All right. A little bit of Ezra. And what's this? Nice. Looks very interesting. Very good. Very good.
Vice President J.D. Vance gave a speech recently that deserved more attention than it got. Vance was accepting an award from the Claremont Institute, a right-wing think tank, and not just any award, an award for statesmanship. And Vance in this speech sets himself a few tasks. One is to understand the nature of the left.
What unites Islamists, gender studies majors. So
if we want more soundboard spaces at this point, y'all are gonna have to join my Discord server and give it a boost, because I need 7 more boosts before I can do the soundboard. Why do I feel like I'm way faster than I was before? Yo.
socially liberal white urbanites and big pharma lobbyists.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't give him high marks for where he ended up.
It's hatred. They hate the people in this room. They hate the President of the United States. And most of all, they hate the people who voted for that President of the United States in the last election in November. This is the animating principle of the American far left.
Something I've always found interesting about Vance is that if you read Hillbilly Elegy, and I've read it a couple of times, if you take seriously what he's struggling with in that book, one of the things he's struggling with is a sense of being othered. Vance reads his own audiobook. You can hear him saying this.
But as I realized that in this new world, I was the cultural alien, I began to think seriously about questions that had nagged at me since I was a teenager. Why has no one else from my high school made it to the Ivy League? Why are people like me so poorly represented in America's elite institutions? Why is domestic strife so common in families like mine? Why did I think that places like Yale and Harvard were so unreachable? Why did successful people feel so different?
You could imagine that guy going on to build a politics of tolerance, a politics to make sure other people don't feel that way. And yet he goes on to build a politics all around othering.
We're seeing migrants kidnap our dogs and cats, eating the geese. The professors are the enemy. Eating a cat, a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made.
There were a few protesters outside, and I can't be the only person wondering, it's a little after noon on a Friday, and don't you all have jobs? Who are the people?
I watched that. I listened to him. And I wonder if he imagines that everyone who disagrees with him feels as he does, is motivated by the emotions that pulse within him. But explaining what motivates his political opponents is not the only task Vance sets for himself. He wants to diagnose something deeper, a more fundamental rot beneath Western society.
Every Western society, as I stand here today, has significant demographic and cultural problems. There is something about Western liberalism that seems almost suicidal, or at least socially parasitic, that tends to feed off of a healthy host until there's nothing left.
And what is that something? What is the parasite here? Well, a few sentences later, Vance makes it clear.
While our elites tell us that diversity is our greatest strength, they destroy the very institutions that allow us to thrive and build a common sense of purpose and meaning as Americans.
That's the problem, Vance thinks. Too much diversity. What we have broken is our definition of belonging, how we define who is an American. And the way we have broken it is we made it too broad, too capacious, too accepting, too diverse. The problem, Vance thinks, is that we have come to believe a story, a fiction, that says Americanness is about what you believe rather than who you are and where your parents were born.
If you think about it, identifying America just with agreeing with the principles, let's say, of the Declaration of Independence, that's a definition that is way over-inclusive and under-inclusive at the same time. What do I mean by that? Well, first of all, it would include hundreds of millions, maybe billions of foreign citizens who agree with the principles of the Declaration of Independence. Must we admit all of them tomorrow?
I watch that and I think, no one is suggesting we should. But Vance knows that. He's setting up a straw man in order to make his real argument work. He's creating a fake position that Americanness should be built on nothing but fealty to the Declaration of Independence in order to argue his real position, that Americanness should have nothing to do with the ideals in the Declaration of Independence.
That answer would also reject a lot of people that the ADL would label as domestic extremists, even though those very Americans had their ancestors fight in the Revolutionary War and the Civil War. And I happen to think that it's absurd, and the modern left seems dedicated to doing this, is saying you don't belong in America unless you agree with progressive liberalism in 2025. I think the people whose ancestors fought in the Civil War have a hell of a lot more claim over America than the people who say they don't belong.
It's so interesting that the war J.D. Vance chose to illustrate that argument with was the Civil War. A war in which one side wanted to dissolve the United States of America in defense of slavery. What he's saying here is that since then, we have increasingly identified Americanness as believing what the victors of the Civil War believed, that we are a country dedicated to realizing what was written into the Declaration of Independence. But Vance is saying, no, that was wrong. What matters is not what you believe about America. It is how long your family has been in America. You could see Vance as in conversation here with Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass, trying to rebut their vision of citizenship. But Vance is a man of his time. The person he's rebutting here is Barack Obama. Obama, with his funny name, his Kenyan father, his belief that America is an unfinished project, and that the language of patriotism belongs to those who seek to finish it.
What could be more American than what happened in this place? What could more profoundly vindicate the idea of America than plain and humble people, unsung, the downtrodden?
Yeah, I'm down, Cinderella, but if we were to do that, that means you guys have to, be here for every stream to do that, right? You guys have to be committed to doing that.
The dreamer is not of high station, not born to wealth or privilege, not of one religious tradition, but many coming together to shape their country's course. What greater expression of faith in the American experiment than this? What greater form of patriotism is there than the belief that America is not yet finished?
America.
The view on the right is that this vision of patriotism, this vision of citizenship, is acid for the bonds that hold the country together. Countries are about people, not ideas. They're about a shared past, not an imagined future.
I'd be down, bro. I'd be down.
In 2018, Yoram Mazzoni, an Israeli political theorist, released a book that became a sensation on the right. It's called The Virtue of Nationalism, and it sought to build a right that could withstand the challenge that liberals like Obama had posed. It sought to make a right that would reimagine belonging, not around the ideals that won the Civil War, but the people who fought it. Mazzoni became the founder of a movement. Year after year, he would host NatCon conferences, short for National Conservatives, and year after year, one of the people who would come to those conferences, who would speak at them, was J.D. Vance. That's part of the ferment in which he developed the politics we know him for today. So if you want to understand that politics, that speech, this administration, Mazzoni and his book are a good place to start. As always, my email, ezraclancho@nytimes.com.
Jesus. Does not sound good at
Yoram Mazzoni, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
So I want to ask about the central triptych in your book, families, tribes, and nations. I think people know what families are. But to begin, how do you define tribes and how do you define nations?
What most of us are raised on is a view of politics that's, first of all, based on the individual, and then individuals agree to create the state. And one of the central points in my books is that this is not, for most purposes, this is not a helpful way to think about things. Children are born into families. They're not born, free and equal, because they're born into families where they're not free. Their parents tell them what to do, and they're not equal. Their parents tell them what to do. And there's brothers and sisters and aunts and uncles, but that means human beings are, by nature, the first nature that they have is not one of freedom and equality, but of being part of a little tribe of people who are loyal to them.
You can't hear the vid? Can the rest of you guys can hear it, right? Yeah. He is in Discord. There you go.
And they grew up being loyal to their family. So when you pan out,
Oh, I wonder if that's what's been happening to Casper. Whenever she can't hear my stream very well. I wonder. Ooh. Speaking of Casper, where is she? She messaged me earlier.
these families can also be loyal to one another. And there are words like clan is kind of an outdated word, so is tribe. But if you look at the way that the tribes are built in the Bible or other ancient texts, you'll see that families join with other families into clans, and clans form with other clans into tribes, and tribes with other tribes into nations, and then there are families of nations. Mutual loyalty, I think, is the fundamental human building block for everything that happens in societies.
So the story sort of you've just offered is we are born into families. That's where our first loyalty lies. Families band together, you can call that a tribe. Tribes band together, you can call that a nation. I think living in the United States with 300 million plus people, I would not describe the organization United States as a bunch of families got together and created tribes, and a bunch of tribes got together and created the modern USA. We're clearly something else. Or do you think I'm wrong about that?
I think you're right and you're wrong.
Always.
No, I'm sorry. I'll try to be like more unequivocal and unreasonable as we go along. No, I think if we're talking about the United States the way it was 50 years ago, then I think it was much, much more clearly a nation the way that I'm describing it. I mean, we haven't gone...
1975, you would say it was a bunch of families that had come together to create tribes, and the tribes had come together to create a nation?
Sure. Well, listen, this is not necessarily a consensual process. I mean, I'm looking at societies, human societies, and I'm saying everywhere in human history, there's these kind of concentric circles of loyalty. And I think that in the 1980s, when I was on university campus in the U.S. and first becoming interested in these questions, in the United States, I think there was almost nobody who doubted that it was a nation, that it was certainly divided into streams and parties and different religious denominations, but the idea that it was a unity that was held together by mutual loyalty, almost everybody was part of it. Maybe some people were left out, but most people were part of it. I don't think there was much question. Today, there's a question.
But when you say nobody doubted it was a nation, was that your definition of a nation? Mutual loyalty, dependent on mutual affection? I think I just garbled that a bit for you. But what is the definition of the nation?
Okay, so a nation is a collection or a group of tribes that are bound together by mutual loyalty and that share certain characteristics. That, usually it's a language, often it's a religion. In most cases, it's a common history of joining together against common enemies. So that's a nation. And it's known, you can look at the symbols, like, does it have a flag? Does it have a passport? Does it have borders? But all of those things I think are peripheral. You can have...
By the way, Daniel, you got to check out the Politics General. I'm in trolling mode at this point, bro, because I'm so over there fucking stupid shit.
There were nations in history.
I love how they're quoting Ehud Olmert, who's a totally left-wing Israeli prime minister who's been super against this whole thing the whole time.
Before anybody had passports or flags. It's a natural grouping of human beings.
You said a minute ago, and I think this gets to the core of the project and the argument that you're actually in here, that in 1975, sort of go anywhere in America, and people say, yes, we're part of this nation. We are bound together. We are this entity.
Position...
and it sounded like you don't think...
on the war has always been very, very against and very, he's been saying they've been committing a genocide... Netanyahu's made us a pariah state, blah, 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 blah. Oh, kitty.
That is true today. What is the position you're arguing with?
Well, I think there's lots of people on both the left and right who, they read my book and they say, that doesn't sound like American. There can be different reasons for people saying that, but I think that the main thing that's bothering them, which I am very sympathetic to, is that the divisions of the United States into tribes that don't feel a strong loyalty to one another we are deteriorating in that direction. There is more and more talk of civil war. There's more and more talk on both left and right saying that the others are not legitimate, that that they need to be driven from the political landscape, driven from the country. I mean, it's an extremely aggressive view of your competitors and rivals who are supposed to be your co-nationals.
It's funny. I would not describe that even as the thing that at least as a liberal reading your book, I would take as the argument you're having, right? I mean, we can go back in U.S. history and find many times when we're quite divided now, but we've had a civil war in this country. When you look at the 1970s, there's a string of political assassinations. There are riots in the street. There are urban riots, right? We are not a nation that has always been at calm or at peace with each other. What I understand you is arguing, and some of the people coming up with you, J.D. Vance and others, is arguing, is that this liberal idea that the nation is a commitment to a set of fairly abstract values, that you can't really build a nation on that what gets called creedal nationalism, this sort of nationalism of a shared story, that's not for you a real nation, that it won't hold together. Am I misrepresenting you?
A little bit.
Okay.
I do think that that many nations do have inherited religions, philosophies, perspectives on different things. The question I think that maybe you and I are disagreeing about is whether people can be loyal to ideas independent of the tribe, the nation that they're part of. My argument is not that that the Torah isn't crucial in defining the Jews, and that the American Constitution is not crucial for defining Americans. My argument is that children grow up giving honor to the things that their parents honor, and then they become teenagers and they rebel. So then they switch over to honoring what their aunt and uncle honor, or maybe the other tribe in the nation. But they almost never invent out of whole cloth a completely new set of things to be loyal to. Let me take my old my old friend Bill Kristol as an example of the other point of view. Somebody who will say, look, if you embrace American ideas, then you're effectively an American. It's just a technicality whether we make you a U.S. citizen. And I disagree with that completely. I think that it's true that some people in adulthood, they convert to a different religion from the one they're raised with, or they emigrate and they go to a different country. And there are many immigrants who adopt their new country and they're completely loyal to it. So there is always a minority of people who switch loyalties by choice at some point in their lives. But the fundamental thing that's going on is always that most people are loyal to the things that they've inherited from their family and their society.
In the book, you quote a philosopher who says that these big multicultural nations have become, quote, lifeless monstrosities. So you quote him approvingly as sort of making a good argument about what cannot hold nations together.
Right.
So what are some examples of the lifeless monstrosities that you're trying to warn your readers against embracing or believing in?
I think the most striking example, I mean, there's lots of examples, but the most striking examples are the ones from the Middle East. Syria and Iraq and Lebanon, like all three of them were countries founded around the same time that Israel was, around the same time that India was. And still, they were given a flag, they were given an anthem, they were given passports, they were given like all of the formal trappings of what many people call a nation, like membership in the United Nations, that kind of thing. But by my definition, none of those political entities were ever a nation. So maybe Lebanon, when it still had a Christian majority, had sufficient internal cohesion so that you could say that it was a nation. But Syria and Iraq, I think that they have been warring tribes suppressed by overwhelming might, usually by a minority that seizes power in order to defend itself, forever. They were never nations before, and they're not nations now. So when people say to me, Yoram, what do you see happening in the United States that's so troubling and dangerous? My answer is, what really worries me, that the United States is moving in the direction of becoming Syria or Iraq, a country in which only brute force will be able to hold it together.
Lay that case out for me. What do you mean when you say we are becoming Syria, which is a country created by mandate by other empires, like jammed together, where we have a somewhat different history. So walk me through your fear.
Well, you're right that America has a somewhat different history because, despite the fact that all nations are internally diverse, but the United States at its founding was able to come together, mostly voluntarily, because of the fact that it, although the 13 colonies were very different from one another, but still they were pretty similar. It was, it was whatever it was, 95% or something Anglo-Protestant, and even though there's many different kinds of Protestants, that was sufficient to be able to make the argument that it was one nation, as John Jay writes in the Federalist, and still the differences were sufficiently great that the United States fought this horrific civil war, whatever it was, 70, 80 years after the founding. After that, I agree that there have been many stresses, but I don't think anything has come close to the Civil War, except today, in which the move to say the other side is not legitimate. Let me unpack that for a second. The basic assumption in democracy is we come from different tribes and different worldviews and different perspectives. We would be killing each other if we didn't get tired of it and finally say, look, we're actually relations. We're brothers in a sense. And so we shouldn't be killing each other. Let's decide that we're not going to keep killing each other. When we have a disagreement, we'll have elections, and then we'll have peaceful transitions of power. And when you win the election, I'm going to honor you, meaning I'm going to say, yes, you're the legitimate president. You have the right to make decisions. I'm not going to agree with all your decisions, but I'm also not going to like pick up weapons and start shooting you. And if you look at, any of the presidential debates from, the televised from the 60s or the 70s or the 80s, you'll see exactly this, that Nixon and Kennedy, I'm sure they must have detested each other. But you don't see that in the debate. In the debate, it's all about my honorable opponent. It's not just politeness.
I don't understand what this has to do with the argument, to be honest. You have a book about nationalism here that has been picked up by a lot of people in the Trump administration. The Trump administration and Donald Trump himself are like the apex predator example of a politician, of politicians, of a movement that when it loses elections does not say, my honorable opponents have won the election. We are excited to work together for the good of our shared national project. If you're positing your nationalism as somehow a balm to the post-election divisions and the delegitimizing of the other side we've been seeing, there's some contradiction there you're going to have to unpack for me.
Yeah, there may be more contradictions, since, there are questions of political theory, which I think apply everywhere and all the time, pretty much. And then there are questions of current affairs. And current affairs is about, to a very large degree, it's about personalities. And look, if I have to take a position on am I happy about the Trump administration and the people serving it, the answer is yes. I don't hide that from anybody. And if you ask, are Donald Trump, or for that matter, if you don't mind my bipartisaning this for a moment, Donald Trump or Barack Obama, are these politicians of the old mold who thought it was important, really, really important, to cultivate mutual loyalty between the different parties and tribes? No, they're not. That's part of the era that we live in, is that it's even a question. I bet that if President Trump were sitting here and we were talking to him about it, he would say, of course you're right for those days, but now you can't get anywhere, being a nice guy, because nobody's going to be a nice guy back to you. All right, so look, I consider this, I hope you don't mind my saying it, I consider this to be a tragedy. It's a tragedy that the United States has reached the point in which, in order to be a successful or even a great political figure of either party, you get there by being incredibly divisive.
So two things on this. So one, I do consider the Obama-Trump comparison there to be, I feel like we get lost in that, but I consider it to be fallacious. For instance, Barack Obama did not say that the elections were wrongly decided. When you're talking about that delegitimizing, I think you're looking at very, very different people. And I would say that Obama's rhetoric was...
Listen, Hillary Clinton did say that the elections were stolen, right?
I don't believe she ever said the election was stolen.
I believe she said explicitly.
There was nothing like the long-running post-2020 effort under Barack Obama, who's the other person you named here. But the thing I'm trying to do is apply this to your book and your theory.
Yeah.
Here's what I think you are saying to me, that America was an Anglo-Saxon nation, formed together by Anglo-Saxon families that came together to become tribes, that became in the 13 colonies to become a nation, and that there was a long period when America grew in such a way that clan structure was dominant, and that somewhere in the last 50 years-ish, it has begun to lose that structure. And now we are coming apart, and maybe that is creating the level of division you're fearing, that we were a nation based on this structure of tribal affinity. We are now a nation that is too much trying to hold things together through multicultural storytelling. And that is creating irresolvable differences. And the answer is to sort of double down on the tribal affinity. Is that how the nationalism fits into this?
No, multiculturalism is also based on tribal affinity. It's also based on tribal loyalty. So America in 2025 is also a society that's based on tribes. The question isn't whether it's internally diverse and based on tribes. The question is, are those tribes loyal to one another? Or are they saying, look, the other guys are evil, we've got to destroy them? There's a difference between saying, I don't like the other guys, they're leading us in the wrong direction, we really need to win this election, but we'll respect the outcome.
I'm going to be honest, I haven't been paying a lot of attention to this, guys. I'm sorry. I haven't been providing a lot of commentary here. That's my bad. Is it good? Has it been good? I've been all focused on this. Yeah, I know. This is dumb. I'm sorry. I was locked in.
Of the election. And what's happening now, which is that there is a constant drumbeat, both on the Democratic side and on the Republican side, saying that elections have been stolen. And that's something that didn't exist 20 years ago.
All right, let's take that premise, right? As I said, I don't agree with the symmetry there, but let's take it as a premise. I think the place where you're finding my confusion here, because I read The Virtue of Nationalism, and it would sound, I think, to a listener, like I am interviewing a liberal who is saying to me, listen, America is this grand experiment. And what holds that experiment together is the liberal tolerance of division, disagreement, and difference. And that the people in that experiment need to be committed to one another. They need to be committed to our shared institutions. They need to be committed to elections and the peaceful transfer of power. And that what is going wrong is a dissolving commitment to that. In a way, this is like Joe Biden could be making that argument to me. National conservatism is making some other argument than that. But it's not making an argument about that we need more decency from our politicians, or we need just sort of more commitment to the abstract institutions of democracy and the other political party. I agree with all that. Tell me where you don't agree with me. You're a factional movement trying to change both the Republican and the Democratic parties. Who are you arguing with?
Okay. In every democratic country with which I'm familiar, from the United States to India, there is the consolidation in the last 15 years, 20, 15 years, of political parties that are explicitly committed to one degree or another to trying to break the particular nation away from and out of the unfolding global system. Okay, so from the perspective of all these different nationalist parties and movements that are sometimes quite different from one another, but they share certain things in common. The first thing they share in common is that they look at supranational institutions like the European Union or the World Trade Organization or the International Criminal Court, whose purpose is to try to take all the independent nations in the world and put them under a single rule of a single law. The basic argument is the independence of nations, their freedom to chart their own course, is extremely important to all of these nationalist movements, including the Trump movement and including the Brexit movement and so on. In order to understand national conservatism, the most important thing you need to understand is that it's the product of a time in which people are saying liberal internationalism has wonderful ideals. It is destroying our nations, our societies. A second part of national conservatism that's important to try to understand what's happening is that most national conservatives think that the old liberalism has collapsed or is collapsing into something that is vicious and intolerant and really should not be called liberalism anymore, even if it uses the term.
So let me just recap.
Again, that's a problem of the loud voices being the most extreme. Most people believe in the American idea of liberalism, that you should be free to be who you want to be, to live life how you want to live it.
What you said, you can tell me if I'm getting you wrong. The first impulse here is a defense of national sovereignty against these multilateral organizations, these global organizations that, as you see, are trying to bring nations under a single rule.
Yep.
Okay. And second is a feeling that for all the maybe high ideals of that liberals express about tolerance, the actual liberalism or left of the political spectrum was evolving in a way that was deeply intolerant of many of the traditions, groups, ideas that characterize the right, which is sort of part of the splitting apart.
Yeah, and
that's fair so far?
It's completely fair. Let me just add that the thing that, now people are always arguing about what these political terms mean, but most people on the right agree that there is a thing called woke, and most of them agree that it's a strain of neo-Marxism. And
I'm always confused about what neo-Marxism is.
When people talk about neo-Marxism, they're talking, first of all, Marxism is a view that, since Marx and before him, sees liberalism as kind of like a big sham. It's a big lie. As far as Marx is concerned, liberal society it's based on a lie, because you convince everybody that it's about freedom of exchange and freedom of expression, all the rest of it. But the truth is that society is built out of competing groups. He calls them classes. We can call them groups. Competing groups, and that the stronger always exploits the weaker. And that's like an iron law. That's a bedrock assumption of Marx. So if your assumption is the only way that you're going to get justice is through the destruction of...
Oh, and genetics. Genetics, too. You think this is... Nah, man. This level of baldness takes work.
The ruling group, the strongest group, if that's your view, then the liberal democratic idea that we're going to have peaceful competition and peaceful transitions of power, to people who are actually serious Marxists, they look at that and they say, that's a joke. That's part of the brainwash. Is we're all supposed to work according to this liberal system. But the truth is that, there's an elite and they always win and they always exploit everybody else. And today the feeling is that liberal institutions, especially during, after the summer of 2020, liberal institutions gave way to a neo-Marxist younger generation. Okay, and
I think that's a bit of a generalization. I mean, yeah, for sure, but also they're just a bunch of dumb fucking kids. As they get older, they're gonna learn a lot more as they leave college and have to live their fucking lives.
Whose commitment to tolerance and to the old system is simply much weaker than the previous generation.
You are talking about this movement, this re-embrace of nationalism, as being at least partly motivated by the perceived rise, at least, of an illiberal left, a left that is
love a
canceling
good
people, that is pushing people with more traditional views to the margins of society, that is getting people fired from different positions at different businesses because of speech crimes. If your view is that you're not even an American,
I've
if
been
you're
paying more attention. I've been paying a little bit more attention now. Yeah.
you're not worthy of being in polite society, if you don't believe everything I do about LGBTQ issues or race issues or something else.
I don't want to get sued by Ethan Klein.
If you begin throwing people out of the tent for that, then you begin breaking down the sort of bonds of affinity. So you might imagine on the other side of that, a conservatism that is very, very, very committed to the idea that we don't do that, right? We are a pluralistic big tent. The most important thing is that people from all sides and all views in this country feel themselves welcomed in. That is not what I see at all. I do not see a more what I would call from this perspective liberal right. I see a much more illiberal right, that where there was in society, there was such a thing as cancel culture. People did get fired from different jobs. Now I see the institutionalization of that at the federal level. I see much more effort to police speech crimes, right? I mean, particularly of immigrants, who are getting rounded up by ICE because of what they might have said about this or that issue, but also, send in people to go through every grant and see if the word diversity is in it. So I guess I do not really understand how, if the problem is
the way they went through to fix the DEI thing was so stupid.
What sounds to me like you're describing an illiberalism that does not sufficiently take into account that we are a big diverse country. People are going to have arguments. This is not a counter movement. J.D. Vance and Donald Trump and so on.
Tell us more. The fact that they did a fucking AI search to be if it has diversity in the fucking word, delete it from the page. And then they ended up accidentally removing the pages of fucking black war heroes and shit like that.
That is saying that this is a counter movement that is moving much more aggressively to use the power of the state to enforce its vision of what America should be, and to.
You're fucking with me, right? You know the thing that I'm talking about, right?
Make it more dangerous or impossible to be in opposition to that vision.
I think that's true. I think it's true. And again, I said at the beginning that that we're going to find contradictions, and that's the way it is. If you're holding multiple principles, they need to be balanced in some way. I do think that that the current American right. I would really prefer. You can say what I would really prefer not to use the term illiberal, because just for a very simple reason, which is that illiberal takes conservatives like me and puts us in the same bucket, with the kooky Nazi right. And there's no need for that. People like me used to be called conservatives, and the actual thing that's going on is that we have a government that is less liberal, a Republican Party that is less liberal. I completely agree with you. It is moving away from libertarianism, and it's becoming more conservative and more nationalist.
Well, before you make that distinction, though, do you think it's weird then that the kooky Nazi right feels more of a home in the?
If it was a drive-by, it's funny to me that people come through and they're like, ha, 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 you're bald. As if I'm going to be wait, no. Wait, what? Are you fucking kidding me? I wish somebody fucking told me I was bald this whole fucking time. Fuck!
More nationalistic conservatism. You look at the Groypers, you look at Nick Fuentes, you look at people who are by any measure white supremacists, the people we would have called the kooky Nazi right with their Pepe the Frog memes. I mean, they felt very ill at home in Mitt Romney's Republican Party. They feel much more at home in Donald Trump's more nationalistic Republican Party. So you want to create this distinction with the kooky Nazi right, but it seems to some degree like this renewed nationalism has been a way in for them. It hasn't pushed them out.
There may be some truth to it, but not enough. Okay, because when you're in sort of the opening stages of something, there's a lot of working out.
I just shave it off every 2 days.
That's still going on, and it's not exactly clear. What does the candidate stand for, and what do his people stand for, and who's actually supporting him? I think that in the last the last decade, there's been a lot of clarification, and I don't think. If you mentioned Nick Fuentes, who really I think is really a minority. Really a small minority figure and not particularly important, but he's well known, so let's just take him for a moment. Nick Fuentes is...
He just lil gupped Nick Fuentes.
Not. First of all, I don't think he's comfortable with Trump at all. I don't...
Trump had dinner with him. Mitt Romney would not have had dinner with him.
Trump once in history had dinner with him and then never had dinner with him again, and I think that tells you everything you need to know, that he never had dinner with him again.
Okay. No, it's I feel like it's the once having dinner with him that tells me what I need to know, but I take your point. I take that you can look at it both ways.
I don't think that's completely fair, because I'm speaking for just for myself, not for the president. I'm speaking for myself. The way that there are different styles of how to do politics. My style of how to do public affairs is I basically am willing to meet with anybody and talk to anybody. Maybe you have a little bit of that too. So I will never blame I don't think I ever have, and I don't think I will, blame a political leader because once he sat with somebody. The reality of Nick Fuentes is, okay, and I'm sorry that your listeners need to be made familiar with Nick Fuentes, because I don't think there's much bigger fish that we have to fry in this conversation if we want to.
Know.
Nick Fuentes,
we know who he is.
A young Holocaust revisionist, kind of Catholic, really made himself famous on the web for his incessant attacks on Jews. And is he comfortable with the Trump administration? No, he's not comfortable with the Trump administration. So there's all sorts of weird things on the American political right. They are getting stronger. I don't want to pretend, oh no, they're totally relevant. We shouldn't be worried about them. That's not true at all. They're getting much stronger. But the idea that they're comfortable with Trump, I mean, just look at what's been going on for the last.
Well, the point I'm making about this, which I do think goes to the real fish we're frying, to use a metaphor. J.D. Vance just gave a speech. Vance is accepting an award at the Claremont Institute, and he gives a speech on statesmen. And the need for statesmen, and builds that speech around the definition of Americanness. And what he says is that you can't have this just story, because what is being done here when you divorce Americanness from the chains going back across the country's past, back to the tribes, the families, something that's more like the Americanness of familial ties that you're talking about. That there are a lot of people who don't believe in high forms of political equality, or who would say things that the Anti-Defamation League thinks are bad. But they are American. They are part of this project, and they are more American than these immigrants coming here who claim to believe in the Declaration of Independence. The first time I'd heard JD the Vice President give his riff about proposing to his now wife and telling her he doesn't have much, but he's got this graveyard plot, and he's got generations of his family buried there.
Now, when I proposed to my wife, we were in law school, and I said, honey, I come with $120,000 worth of law school debt and a cemetery plot on a mountainside in eastern Kentucky.
It was not at the Republican National Convention. It was at the 2024 National Conservatism Conference.
When my wife and I when I proposed to her, we were in law school, and I said, honey, I come along with $120,000 worth of law school debt and a cemetery plot in eastern Kentucky. And that's what you're getting.
And the place that a lot of these, you can call them Groypers, Nick Fuentes is one example, but there's a lot of people on the young right who feel this way to varying degrees and with varying levels of Holocaust revisionism. But is that a definition of Americanism that is more about your history here,
indeed,
your
how
ethno-nationalism,
romantic,
your connection to an Anglo.
Hey, let's get married. Just FYI, okay? I got a shitload of that. Wait, which one were you trying to get? Where were you trying to get? Was it the bald thing?
Protestant culture, and is not this sort of expansive multicultural.
I got debt, okay, and a place for us to die. Let's get hitched.
Of, say, Barack Obama or Kamala Harris, that is much more congenial to them. That is not because it is more tolerant of the other people who are here, but because it fits their sense that America should be more about blood ties and history. This new contested definition of Americanism, that is very suspicious of immigrants and outsiders. This is a magnet for them.
Oh, I don't think so.
Too bad.
I mean, I feel like it's a little bit denying what we know the new right is.
No, I think
15 seconds. That kind of
because
sucks.
I run nationalist conferences and have been doing it for most of a decade.
Yo,
I'm sorry that I do think I have a little bit more information.
You can definitely pull rank on me on this,
than some other people do. I don't.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that I know about everything. I'm not going to compete with you about knowledge of Barack Obama, but I happen to actually know, from the inside, that the National Conservatism conferences, which are just to make it sort of clear to the listeners, MAGA is a very broad alliance.
Yes.
Right? MAGA is, I would say, roughly, it's the alliance of different groups that came together to make it possible for Trump Vance to win.
Yeah, legitimately, that's why they do so well, is because it doesn't matter how much they disagree, they all just fucking love Trump.
But those are not all national or nationalist conservatives. I mean, there's all sorts of people. There was Elon Musk, and there's RFK Jr., and there's
This is why I keep zooming in on
You just call him Elon Musk?
Vance, because I do think Vance comes from the National Conservative way.
I do, and I would think that that there are many others. I mean, I think that just so as to not only make him the issue, Rubio spoke at several of our conferences.
I'm still probably going to say that now.
Realignment that's happening in American politics is not ideological. It is largely the divide between people who work for a living.
Talk about the most disappointing Secretary of State in fucking history. Fuck me. Bro, you had such a chance to be like a balancing force in this administration, and you just fumbled it like a motherfucker.
Who live in the real world, who have to raise their children, and people who live in a fantasy world.
And I think he explicitly sees himself as a national
Josh Hawley has spoken at Josh conferences.
Josh Hawley.
Some will say now that I am calling America a Christian nation. And so I am.
This rhetoric is so stupid. It's funny when they like say this is a Christian nation, and then in the next sentence they'll talk about what the founding fathers wanted for America, and you're just sitting there laughing like, you don't know anything about history, do ya?
And some will say that I'm advocating Christian nationalism, and so I do.
And let's talk about other people in the administration. That there's important people like Mike Anton at the State Department, or David Goldman.
Bro, like 10 years ago, that was unthinkable. It's fucking insane what's happened.
Bridge Colby at the Defense Department. There are many others. Stephen Miller. I mean, all of these people are, to one degree or another, NatCons. They come to our conferences and they contribute, and they're a part of it. Now, notice who's not a part of it. Okay, we had this.
I mean, that'd have to be a pretty interesting timeline. You ask me.
From the very beginning, if you look at the poster, the flyer that we circulated from the very beginning, we distinguished ourselves in two directions: from the libertarians, which is basically the liberal Republican wing at the center, that were basically to our left, and from racialist and anti-democratic movements that are to our right. And this has been, I mean, both sides. There's been friction constantly. And by the way, I don't mean that every single person who came to our conferences exactly fits that. We have a statement of principles. You can read it. People know what we stand for. But the key to what we're discussing now is there a border between national conservatives and what's to the right of national conservatives? And I think that the border is clear. I'm not saying that we never make a mistake, or there's never confusion about
what is the border.
Okay, so the border is, from the beginning, we said we do not admit, we do not invite people whose platforms are racialist. So there was a big, in our circles anyway, a big fight within a publication called VDare, which is
a kind of, I would call it a racist publication.
It's certainly, at a minimum,
it is a racialist publication.
Yeah,
let's definitely call it that.
At a minimum, VDare is happy to publish people who are racialists, right? So that's a minimum. I think maybe you could say more, but for us that was too much. We did not want to have.
I really don't see the Dems going for like a full-on Mamdani though. That's a tough one. That is a tough ask for the Democratic Party.
People who are trying to base politics, you use the word blood. We should probably come back to it. Blood and soil is it's literally a Nazi term, meaning the Nazi flag is red and black because it's blood and soil, and that's the same true of other quasi-Nazi parties in Europe that use those same colors. We are not interested in a nationalism of blood.
But your debate with people to your right, which I take as real, right? And I understand that national conservatism is not racialist. The thing I'm trying to debate with people to your left. So the reason I keep mentioning these J.D. Vance speeches, and I bring him up because to me, national conservative. Trump is sort of an intuitive national conservative, but Vance is more of an ideologist. When he gave that speech, the one at NatCon, where he talks about the generations of his people buried in that Kentucky cemetery, and the way in which they would fight and die and bleed for their country. And the way there is something different about that. And he says, right, there are ideas and the values of America are important, but he is trying quite explicitly, in my view, and repeatedly now, to sort of, to the extent there is a balance of how much what it means to be an American is a loyalty to the country and its ideas, and how much Americanism is about a presence here on this soil, that it is something more about being part of the tribe. He is shifting towards the tribe. I understand national conservatism as, in general, trying to shift us towards the idea of the tribe, away from something like the more Barack Obama or multicultural view, that it is about a commitment to all people being created equal. And the thing I think I am trying to pin you down on here is that if what you all were really worried about was too much what I would call illiberalism, right? Too much, pushing people away for holding views you're not allowed to have, I think then the movement would be more interested in not doing that. But I think it's about, I understand the argument of NatCon over and over and over again. I've watched the speeches and I've come to see you before. I take it seriously. I understand it as an argument that the Democrats and multiculturalists, someone, the woke left, the neo-Marxists, have given up on the bonds that hold countries together, and that the direction they are taking the country in will not leave it with enough cohesion. Cohesion is a word that comes up a lot in your book. Cohesion to be a country. Yep. They cannot absorb this many new people. Okay. It cannot be this broad in its ideas. It cannot be this dismissive of its traditions. That there's something, that the core of this country, the people who have other people buried in the graveyards. And that's an argument made explicitly. If you think I'm mischaracterizing, you tell me, but I think this is the thing I'm trying to get at, because to me it's a very live argument in America right now.
I think not only are you exactly right, but I think you said that very eloquently. And if you feel like, like coming and speaking in NatCon and delivering such a speech, you might get a lot of applause. I'm just just I understand
kill my shit.
What's so terrible about it, because
graphics card was like,
you keep bringing up JD. JD is a man who, true, his family's been here for a long time, but he's a convert to Catholicism. He's married to a woman who's a child of Indian immigrants, and I just think it's a little bit strange to be trying to to make him into some kind of like big threat to pluralism. I think that in general, NatCons think that that 15% of the American population is foreign-born, that it is the maximum that it's possible for the country to take before it literally starts falling apart. They really do believe in the possibility of factional and tribal violence, and the impulse to restrict, to deport, or to have a moratorium on immigration. It's for most. It's not an in principle argument that there should always be a permanent moratorium on immigration. It's literally a reaction to what is seen
that
as
1080 is she's getting old
at this point. 60 years of abusive immigration, which has spun out of control and is threatening the cohesion. I don't want people to be think it's like a mysterious word. Cohesion is just first of all, it's a John Stuart Mill word. Like lots of liberals have used it in history.
I wasn't suggesting cohesion is a bad word.
No, I've heard people say that cohesion is like a fascist term. Never mind, you didn't say that. But when we're talking about cohesion, what we're talking about is just the mutual loyalty we were talking about. When there's an external pressure on the polity, on the society, external pressure like an attack from the outside, revolution from the inside, hatred and contempt internally, financial crisis. When there are pressures on the society, do people pull together to rise up to face the challenge because they feel like they're one and they need to circle the wagon and then come together? Or do they fly apart blaming one another? That's what the word cohesion is referring to.
So let me get it, because I haven't yet said it's bad. I do think it can go in bad directions. But look, take your Israeli. There was a huge amount of social division in Israel prior to October 7th. There were constant multi-100,000 person protests against where Netanyahu and his coalition were taking the country. October 7th happened and it brought a immediate shift in that. I mean, this is...
October 7th. Is there something special about that date?
You're nodding. I don't think you would contest this narrative. New York City is a city of immigrants. New York City is a city with more than 15% foreign-born. New York City after 9/11 had an extraordinary cohesion of identity. National identity, which you are tracking, is about tribe and family, and J.D. Vance is tracking is about how many of your generations are buried in the cemetery. National identity in general coheres under threat. I think this would look very different if America was actually being invaded, not invaded in the way the Trump administration talks about it, but an actual invasion. And that shows you that solidarity, cohesion, they wax and wane. They're situational. They loosen in times of peacetime. They harden in times of wartime.
I think that's true. But let me add a caveat that I don't think it's true that all identities, all loyalty groups or identity groups, that all of them become stronger under external pressure. There's a difference between a strong identity and a weak identity. I mean, it's a spectrum, obviously. The reason that I write in terms of family, tribe, and nation is because those are often, very often, they are the kinds of things that under duress they strengthen. But not always. I mean, divorce is precisely. I'm talking about now family divorces. The divorces within families. Divorce within families is it's an indication of the weakness of the underlying cohesion.
So let's bring this down a level of political organization in a way that I think helps make it more legible.
The divorce within family stuff is really bad.
New Hampshire and Massachusetts are part of the original colonies. In terms of having a continuous physical legacy of Anglo-Saxon Protestant Americans there, and just having a continuous connection to the American story, you can't do much better than Massachusetts and New Hampshire. New York actually too. I'm Californian. My state was formed more recently. My state is far above 15% foreign-born, right? My state is a very, very, very diverse state compared to others. Is California less cohesive? Does it have less political identity? Is it lesser? Is it not working? Is becoming California, which in a lot of the trends we're talking about is far more advanced than the nation as a whole, is California something to fear?
Synchronized to the cloud.
National conservatives, definitely. But my impression is that the identity of the states at this point in American history is in general very, very weak. So the question here is, right now in America, is there such a thing as a Californian identity of the kind that would, for example, I mean, this is something people are talking about all the time. Like the federal government sends in troops to Los Angeles, and people ask the question: is the California National Guard, is it going to obey the orders coming from Washington? Now, my impression, and I'm sure you know better than I do, but my impression is that they will. That we're not likely to see, in the foreseeable future, any kind of anti-American violence.
You moved off of the comparison I actually offered, though,
okay,
which is to say that,
I'm sorry, not on purpose.
Which is that I think if you compare, I'm familiar with New York, I'm familiar with Massachusetts, I'm familiar with states that have this longer lineage, and I am saying that I do not believe that is what creates or separates solidarity. I think my identity as a Californian is as strong as anybody from New Hampshire that I've met. And New Hampshire is tiny, so it's much easier to be solidaristic there. But Texans also have this dynamic. Texans also are a younger state. Texans also are a very multicultural state. And I think Texans would tell you that and frankly, I think J.D. Vance would tell you that they fit that vision of nationalism and cohesion better than Vermont does. Okay. The thing I am poking at is whether or not this argument that this more soil-based, lineage-based vision of identity, whether or not it actually is stronger.
Listen. Look, everybody knows the 1080, while old, has stood up to time remarkably fucking well. Let's be honest here, okay? Even as a 10, like a 10, 12 something year old card, like I can play 4K around like between 30 and 60 FPS depending on the settings, and 1080 like it still does everything perfectly.
Claim being made is the political claim being made by your movement, by your book, is that this is a stronger, safer way to construct a nation, and that nations like America have gone badly off course and are getting into more and more dangerous territory. And the Trump administration is built on the idea. Stephen Miller is executing on the idea that what they're trying to do is sort of save our national identity by doing some very, very violent and aggressive things to definitely make America less like California. Stephen Miller from Santa Monica did not like what Santa Monica was growing up, right? He's famous for that. And I just don't think it's true. I don't think America would be more successful if it built itself like that. I think that we have dramatically outcompeted other nations that are far less open than we are even. Dramatically outcompeted nations that are much less creedal than we are. This vision of like the nation will better hang together and be stronger by being less of this sort of universalistic nationalism and more of this particularistic nationalism. I want to see some,
The temperature is usually really, really nice here, so I don't often find that I need like a heater or an AC, but I do have a fan on right now because it does get a little toasty in here during the summer when I'm streaming.
The argument for it.
Well, I think I should ask a clarifying question because you graciously allowed me to assert what I think is true, that the blood and soil is not a relevant slogan for us. You let me off the blood part. Are you focusing on JD's I thought very moving discussion about where his ancestors are buried in Kentucky, in order to make an argument that nationalism is about the soil?
I am saying, I'm trying to say quite explicitly that I think national conservatism, that I think JD Vance, that I think this movement that you have been a leader in is trying to make a move that is much more focused on the people who have been here. Right? Donald Trump often talks in terms of like, real Americans.
Yeah.
That you are all ideological superstructure for a thing that is happening. I'm taking the ideological arguments here very seriously, but I am saying that I don't buy them, right? And I don't buy them because I come from a part of this country that is different. And I think my parents, my father's a Brazilian immigrant. My
41 was pretty much about where we've been, 41, 42.
Mother, a couple generations back from Eastern European Jews on both sides. I don't think I'm less American than
the big goal we need to go for. Okay, so just a little to get my green check mark. We need an average of 50 over the last 30 days, and we need a total of 10 subscribers, guys. So then we get our green check mark. That's what we're striving for right now. It's got to be an average of 50.
People who can trace themselves back to the Mayflower. And I think the implication of a lot of these arguments is that I or people like me are or should be viewed with more suspicion. And I think people don't always like to defend that. But if they're not going to defend that, I actually don't know what they're saying.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, you've mentioned multiculturalism a few times, so let me just address that directly. Multiculturalism, I don't know how far it got in the general public, but as an academic theory, it was very, very popular in the 80s and 90s and 2000s. It's a very optimistic theory because what it assumes is that there's going to be lots of internal diversity, which notice that nationalists and conservatives also think there's going to be lots of internal diversity. The argument between them is whether there has to be a center in order to hold the thing together. In order for a society to be able to endure over time, much more important than the question of how many generations of the people been here, much more important than that is the question of is there a dominant culture that consists of groups that have a strong loyalty to one another. If there is such a thing, then there can be lots of minority groups that have very different approaches. They can be closer or further. They can feel more a part of it or less. But it was possible to have a successful relationship with all sorts of small minority groups when you could count on there being a center. That center recognized that America was founded by Anglo-Protestants, recognized that America was also a nation that brought in Catholics and Jews in large numbers and succeeded, I think, very, very well in bringing Catholics and Jews into this Anglo-Protestant country, and not without problems, but it worked. And the claim that the fact that it was a Christian country, that up until the 1930s, the Supreme Court still referred to Americans as a Christian people, that it was legally a Christian country, that it was culturally run by Protestants, that didn't make it, didn't prevent it from being, despite its many flaws, from being, something that was really beautiful and superior to many other countries in the world. So the question then is, and I think this is really the argument maybe between you and JD or you and me, is whether the success of that enterprise, whether you can learn from that the central place of Anglo-Protestantism in America with a strong Old Testament taste, the English language, the common law. I don't expect everybody to be common lawyers, but I do expect people to say, yes, the jury trial it's not a universal dictate of reason. It's an Anglo tradition, and it does what it does because the people here believe in this Anglo tradition. Not all of them, but a core. And so if you have that, then I think you can bring in lots of immigrants and you can get them to adopt those ways. If you don't have the center,
I mean,
then
as a country, we are remarkably good at integrating immigrants into our culture. Like, kind of unmatched by any other country anywhere.
Possible for groups, for immigrant groups, but also other groups, not just immigrants. It becomes possible for secessionist groups of different kinds, religious, sectoral, whatever, to say, well, actually, we live here and we have rights here, but we detest the inheritance of this country, and we're going to do whatever we can when it becomes possible to overthrow it and end it. That's what JD is reacting to. He's not reacting to like there shouldn't have been Catholic immigrants. That's absurd.
But isn't the history here a sort of inversion of this? Because this is really helpful, right? I think we're really getting to the core of this. But I look back on American history, and you're saying, well, this is what creates the risk of civil war. What created the risk of civil war was a lot of states that would sign on to everything you're saying did not, like there was a profound disagreement over whether or not there should be slavery and whether or not the people in this country should have any form of equality. And they tried to secede. It feels like a lot of places that are highly nationalistic are not actually that stable. They become imperialistic, right? That's a lot of Europe in the 20th century. Or the sort of modern, more nationalistic right does not feel to me more tolerant and more interested in making sure the bonds between us are strengthened. Okay. And so it just feels to me like when you output it to the real world, I sort of understand the argument here, but it doesn't hold together. The idea that we would have a stronger nation on the other side of this vision. This is why I brought up places like California, because I agree that our national identity is at this point stronger than our state identities, but our states are still meaningful to us. I can tell you it's meaningful to me. And California has less of that American center that you are describing, that Vice President Vance is describing, than New Hampshire does. Has less of that center than a bunch of older states. It's more diverse. It's more creedal in that way. It's a very successful polity. The people on the right can say what they want, but the reason we debate California is that it matters. It invents the future. It's a remarkable place. It seems like a lot of our history in this country speaks to the value of openness. The success of places like Texas and California speaks to the value of openness, the ability to hold people together at incredible scale. And when we've had secessionary problems, and we've had people, saying elections are, actually trying to storm the Capitol, it's come from people who say that, they're part of that Anglo-Saxon background that all trying to do is hold the country together. There just to me is a contradiction in this. If there wasn't, I wouldn't be arguing with you.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, look, it's a we're looking at a lot of the it seems like we're looking at overwhelmingly the same set of facts.
I think
we have different frameworks that are.
I think I'm going to start taking my meds a little bit later in the day because I took them a little later today because I got them later in the day, and I've just been, aside from watching this video, I've been fucking on it today, dude. Like I think I've been fucking on it today.
That interpret that's completely legit.
Normally, I take my shit in the morning, so by the time I'm streaming, it's starting to wear off. So, maybe if I take it a little later, I'll still be locked in by the time I'm on stream.
And so a lot of the issues that if you ask, like these NatCons people, for whatever reason, people have this is not you in particular. J.D. Vance has captured America's imagination in good and bad ways in a lot of ways. But Marco Rubio's been around for a long time. He's also like a superb person, and I'm very, very impressed with the work that he's doing and his presence on the American.
What does that have to do with my poop habits? What?
Stage, but even though he's somebody who he was part of the much more liberal Republican Party for a long time, and now people are accusing him of being like the executioner for doing things like checking the free speech, restricting the free speech of people of immigrants or people on student visas, and punishing them if they say the wrong thing. Now, I think that I think from a liberal perspective that's a completely legitimate description of what's going on. But I don't think that that Secretary of State Rubio, from his perspective, that's what he thinks. What he thinks is that the general over openness, not the fact that there is openness, but the fact that the openness has gotten to such a point that that political movements. I mean, in particular, they're focusing on political movements from the Middle East, which you can agree with or disagree with. But the principle of his saying we don't want the violence and the values of radical Middle Eastern political movements, and so we're going to use the powers that the law allows us in order to reduce that. I mean, he's not saying if you're a Muslim, you can't be a loyal American.
This is the NatCon project in America. It's to rebuild a dominant center. The people may not like it, but the view is that is what keeps a country strong.
Yes, and that in the end, and I understand you'll say, come on, Yorm, when is the end? But the argument is that in the end, the discipline of strengthening the center will be able to make the country confident and tolerant. That is a characteristic only of countries that have a strong center.
And how about those of us who look at this and say, we weren't having a problem being confident and tolerant under Barack Obama? If 2 percentage points of the vote had gone the other way in swing states, Harris would be in charge. And my view is not that the country would have dissolved, nor that we did not have the confidence to figure out an immigration compromise, right? People were working on that in 2023 and 2024. That it's you all who don't have the confidence and tolerance. This is why I keep bringing up places like California, for that matter, New York City, where we are, that we're not having a problem. These are, they have places with problems, but I would take our problems over the problems of a lot of other places. That this is you keep saying that this is necessary, but to a lot of us, we come from places that are beautiful and strong and successful and do not seem to be hurting so badly without this much more defined Anglo-Saxon center and this vision that we need a much higher level of compatibility than we currently have with the people coming here. That just put us in charge. We're fine with it.
Right, I understand. I think that the question, which is completely reasonable, the question of NatCons are being pretty aggressive in government. Is it possible that they can actually be tolerant? Like, let's say that they win. Let's say that they keep winning. Will they actually be tolerant? Now, obviously, listen, that kind of crystal ball prediction, I don't want to promise anything about what's going to be in 50 years. Like, I don't know the answer, and I don't think anybody does. But let me just say, as a eyeballing it, that if Trump and Vance and Rubio, and Pete Hegseth and their 30 closest, allies and advisors, if they were in charge of America for the next 12 years, then I think that they would, in the end, succeed in convincing a lot of people. I don't know if you, but maybe you, succeed in convincing a lot of people, not that all their values are correct, but that there are people who are, they look for tolerance, they're capable of it, they want to build an America that's tolerant and that not everybody has to accept.
The way they're acting now to you is evidence of tolerance.
No, the way they're acting now to me is the evidence of the opposite. It's the evidence of an extreme resentment and horror at a Republican Party that had become politically inactive and inert over an entire generation.
So they have to use the power of the state in what I call an intolerant way to rebuild the center in order to rebuild the national strength such that we can be tolerant again.
That's what they think they're doing. Yes, they are thinking that if you take aggressive actions to halt immigration and decrease the size of the illegal immigrant population, as an example, you take aggressive actions to halt the hemorrhaging of American industry to other countries and reverse it through aggressive trade negotiations. That's another example. You take aggressive action to withdraw primary American responsibility for security arrangements in Europe, the Middle East, South Asia, and put other people who are allies of ours in charge. If you just take those three things, and I hope one day you'll get to interview President Trump yourself. But my guess is that he would tell you, if we can do these three things, okay, then we'll be so much stronger, and then we'll be able to get to other things. And he would say, then a beautiful America would be in range.
We'll leave it there. Always our final question. What are 3 books you'd recommend to the audience?
Okay, now I'm assuming that you don't want me to start talking about books of the Bible or whatever it is.
It's your books. You get to decide.
Well, okay. I did decide, but I'm
a liberal pluralist.
Thank you. I'm going to name 3 books that are important for understanding the national conservative movement, since that's been our topic. So first of all, there's a book that was really pivotal that most people haven't heard of called The Demon in Democracy by Richard Legutko. Has anybody ever recommended it before?
Not recommended on the show, but I know of it.
Okay, so it's Richard is a philosophy professor who became a politician. Lovely, lovely man, like a serious intellectual who wrote this, and it was really cornerstone for national conservatism in different countries, including the U.S. And his question was, his country, Poland, why is it that when communism was dismantled, many of the communists became liberal internationalists? And he's got all these stories about like what actually happened in Poland. It's fascinating. Highly recommend it. The second book I thought to recommend is Bridge Colby's Strategy of Denial. I think that, again, Colby doesn't speak for President Trump, but he's on foreign policy. He's one of the leading thinkers in the administration. Colby's book, The Strategy of Denial, it answers the key question that the media keep asking. Is Trump an isolationist, or is he an interventionist, or is he a liberal internationalist? Like, what is he? Is it just like random compromises? I think it's very readable, and it's very much not what most people think. Like when they open this book, what you find is something very different than what you get from the media. People talking about isolationism all the time. And the third book, there's a new book by Josh Hammer, who's a young Jewish NatCon, called Israel and Civilization. And I think a lot of people want to know, especially now that Jews in Israel have become, lately quite controversial on the right in many ways. A lot of people want to know how can you be a Jewish NatCon? And he wrote this book, which I think is really beautifully done. It's a really, really good, thorough, well assembled explanation of what he thinks what he thinks Jews should be doing as part of the polity here in the United States.
Yoram Mazzoni, thank you very much.
It's really been a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Yay! Fun times. Boop. Here we go. Dailies time. Let's go. Fucking Twitter. God, I hate Twitter. Yeah, one thing I gotta start doing on my streams is start spending time going on Twitter with y'all, because oh man, do I not have a lot of motivation to go on there on my own. Okay. Tick, mite, aphid, beetle, these all feel like... This feels like a trap. This feels like a trap. Let's see. Pine tree, cedar, apple tree, beech tree. That feels like a trap too. No, yew. There's a yew. Oh no. Oh boy. Types of wood that they use for building shit. Trees. Oh, really? Oh, really? Unbelievable. Who message? Who send me message? Nobody. It's true. On a WIC TV panel? Maybe. I don't know if I'm ready for that. That's big time. But yeah, I do want to do that at some point. Okay. Oh no. Okay. That's true. Yeah. That is true, Daniel. See, I feel like that was a hint, blue collared, and now my mind is on baked, and I'm thinking baked ziti, baked apple, baked cookies in the easy bake oven, but I feel like that's very wrong. Don't waste that gas. Okay. I mean, these are technically insects, but it feels like a trap. I'm gonna waste a guess. Fuck, here we go. Oh! That's so annoying. They made it seem like a trap, those sons o' bitches. Okay. 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 How is it a pre-watch? Fuck off. I didn't see... Did he do this? I actually missed it if he did this shit. No, it couldn't possibly. No fucking way. I can't believe that was it. You're right. That person's a fucking idiot. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. What is this even? Words that sound like two letters. Oh, fuck off. Shut the fuck up, Daniel. Listen, I used to watch Sesame Street. Y'all can fuck off. Okay, what is this? Oh, man. They don't have a year? Do they have a year? 22. And this is in Italy. Venice? Daily Venezia. Yeah, this has got to be Venice, right? People don't really live out here, though, right? Like... No, I guess they do. If this is like... What's this? It's not very big, so... Can't be that far, right? Doge's playing? I don't know. I'm just gonna pick a spot because I don't see anything that makes you think I'm gonna go here. 4.8 kilometers. Hey. Oh. I wonder, does it actually have the thingy? Nah. Sweden. Like the 80s. The late 80s. We'll say 88. There was a Doge of Venice way back. Nice. Night, Blue Collar. Good having you, buddy. Come back next time. You've been away for too long, you motherfucker. Hell yeah. Alright, where is this track? Stockholm's not a very big place. I wonder if it's still here. It looks important, so hopefully it's still here. Is this it? I don't think so. I don't see these buildings. The airport. Oh. Well, what's this? Oh, man, I really hope it's not here. But I get the feeling that it is. They're gonna do us like that? Oh, man. Oh. What if it's this? Oh, maybe it's this. I think it might be this. No. Maybe? I don't think so. Not that. Why do they blot so much out? It's rude. Don't they know people are going to play Time Guesser? Jesus. Okay. It's got to be one of these, right? Oh. No, I don't think so. Unbelievable. They gave me the ability. It's not cheating. If it was cheating, they wouldn't allow me to do it. This is like a race car place. Yeah. I'm just gonna have to pick one. I'm just gonna have to pick one. What's this? No, that's blue. That ain't even the right color. Makes a blue track. I think I already looked at this one. Yeah. Okay. We're repeating the same spots. Alright. I'm just gonna pick one. It's gotta be one of those special ones, right? I don't know. I'm going to go with this one because it looks special, but it's probably not this one. Boop. 77. 401. What? Gothenburg, Sweden? How the fuck am I supposed to know that? Rude. Oh, and of course, they follow it up with a black and white photo in fucking Mauritius. Jesus. There it is. How am I supposed to tell from these? Okay. That's like 30s, 40s, 50s car. Maybe like 40s, right? Maybe 50s? I'm feeling like the 40s. And then I don't know here, because where the fuck is it? $10. Of course it's 56. Fuck off. And it's over here, too. They couldn't give me, like, the... Okay. This looks like it's in French. This is gonna be like what? The 90s, maybe? So I feel like it's Lyon because it says Lyon, but it could be that it's going to Lyon. How do I know? It's like a train station. Does it look all fancy? Or did they like tear down an old one and build a new one? Oh, fuck me, dude. France likes to preserve things, right? L'héritage? Tour de l'héritage? Is that what it says? Oh my god. Might be like a bus thing too. I can't tell. There's a metro station, right? Baggage? Is this the airport? Oh, is this Charles de Gaulle? It might actually be. I've been there once and it was very glass roof, but I don't remember if that's what it looked like. Let's see. No, not. No. Nah, dog. Ugh. But it's got baggage. Salle d'Idero. They're like an old part of the airport. That they're like, yeah, we are French. We have to keep this part in good shape and updated. What are you giving me a cat face for? What did I do? I'll tell you who loves orange soda. Kel loves orange soda. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, Daniel. Does Lyon have an airport? I don't know, probably. Let's go back to Lyon. See if it has an airport. Okay. There's two. Oh. No, I don't think so. What about this one? I do not know. Time Gusser. Huh. That was funny. No, it can't be this one. It's not this one, huh? No, that's incorrect. Fuck me, eh? Fuck me. I don't know. I'm just gonna have to guess. We're definitely gonna drop more points. Damn it, boys. Not feeling good about our chances today. This is gonna be stupid. I'm going with this one and I'm gonna be wrong. I was 1 year off, 400. It was Lyon train station. Fuck off. That's okay. Okay, that's fine. We'll take that. Oh, nice. Okay, that makes things a little easier for where it is, but of course it's a fucking black and white picture. Of course. Of course. Where's Big Ben? Oh, is that what it's actually called? Oh, I didn't know that. The Elizabeth Tower. Right? That's it, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Then look right around something like right here, maybe? Can I see any cars? I feel like it's like the 60s. Can't really tell from the cars. You might be right. I'm gonna say 55. Hey! Oh! But we dropped a lot of points on the year. 5 years. Fuck off. Okay, did we do it? I don't know if we did it. I think we did it. Let's go. Let's go. Alright, bye YouTube. Fuck off. Bye YouTube.